Galw'r aelodau I drefn. Yr eitem gyntaf yw'r cwestiynau i'r Prif Weinidog a'r cwestiwn cyntaf Lee Waters.
Diolch, Llywydd. Following your recent trip to the United States of America, what plans does the First Minister have to engage further the Welsh diaspora?
Well, our diaspora communities play an important role in promoting Wales overseas. When travelling abroad, I do regularly meet people with a Welsh heritage who contribute greatly, of course, to their adopted countries. I can say to the member, when I was in the US, I met with technology leaders in a meeting arranged by somebody who I was actually in school with. It was that close a relationship. And also with many others who work in the US cities and in Canada, who are very keen to work with the Welsh Government to promote Wales as a tourist destination and, of course, as a place to invest.
Thank you. I was pleased to hear that you met tech leaders in New York, including amongst them Welsh expats who are now leading international tech firms. Tapping into the expertise and the passion of diaspora communities has been shown to be an important economic development tool. I was pleased by yesterday's announcement that you have commissioned an academic-led review into digital innovation, but it's not due to report until a year's time, and that's a long time given the pace at which artificial intelligence is developing. So what will you do in the meantime to make sure we take practical action to put Wales on the front foot? And how will the Welsh Government engage with diaspora groups to help us deal with the challenges and opportunities presented by developments in artificial intelligence?
Well, it's right to say that the world of the digital world moves very, very quickly. We can see that, but of course, the review has to look at all the issues that we will face in the future. It will be led by Professor Phil Brown, who is the Distinguished Research Professor at Cardiff University School of Social Sciences. We want to develop, of course, the availability of good quality jobs for everyone and to make sure we have the skills we need not just for now, but for the future. And it is important that we work with our diaspora communities, many of whom, I met them when I was in the US, have links into hotbeds of digitisation, such as Silicon Valley, to make sure that we are aware of what is coming in the future and what type of skills our people will need. And the review will need to do that as part of the plan we're developing to make sure that people have those skills.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, yesterday students took part in a University of Wales Trinity St David's Tourism and Hospitality Conference here in the Senate, sponsored by my colleague Mike Hedges. And one of the excellent speakers at that was Samantha Birdsell, who had left Wales after university, worked for 20 years in tourism and hospitality, including 11 years in the US, and that she's now back in the UK working for Marriott Hotels. She's one of the examples of a high flyer, high achiever who's been away and come back. And she's working in one of our main key sectors for economic development. How can we actively seek other high achievers from Wales to come back? And what can you as a Welsh Government offer them to do that?
Well, we have, in conjunction with the private sector, part-funded a diaspora feasibility study that includes 3 key focus areas. Firstly, researching how other countries engage with their diasporas. Secondly, identifying and engaging with Wales's 50 most influential diaspora to determine their capacity and propensity to contribute to the shaping of a Welsh diaspora initiative, and then, of course, to determine the potential benefits to Wales of establishing its own diaspora organisation. Now, Global Welsh, which is a private sector partnership, has been established as a community interest company to develop a diaspora for Wales to support jobs and growth. It's at an early stage of its development, and of course it's looking to draw in further private sector investment. Now, by moving forward in that way, we can seek to find out where people are, first of all, and then make sure that their skills can be utilised on Wales's behalf in the future, whether they remain in the countries where they are currently living in, or whether they bring their skills back to Wales.
Steffan Lewis.
I think of all the Celtic countries, we've got a lot of catching up to do when it comes to maximising the opportunities of engaging with our diaspora. There are a couple of points I'd like to raise to the First Minister. One I've raised before, and that is the decision of the Welsh Government not to continue to measure Wales's global reputation. I wonder if the First Minister could put in writing the reasons behind that decision not to measure Wales's global reputation, because I think that is a useful indicator, particularly when we look at engaging with the diaspora and more broadly in Wales's reputation as a trading nation. And secondly, will he ask his officials to look into the possibility of a Welsh Government scheme to bestow on people an official Welsh Government certification of Welsh heritage, so that in exchange for a considerable fee and also, of course, a demonstration that they are of Welsh ancestry, people from across the world can have an official Welsh heritage certification from the government that they will cherish. It will raise funds for the Welsh Government that could be put towards great efforts and projects like Wales for Africa, or giving greater opportunities for young people from Wales to go and study and travel overseas.
Well, the member it has always been a fond of original ideas, and that's one of them. And it's an idea, I think, that's worthy of further examination. What I wouldn't want to do, of course, is to suggest to people if they want to claim Welsh heritage, they've got to pay for it. But what is important is that we work with the diaspora that we have. Just to give you an example of how far we've come. Back in 2011, we had very few offices abroad. We've opened many more since then. We had no real link with the diaspora in the US. We had no link with Washington. Now we host an event on Capitol Hill every single year. That is an event that's attended by many politicians on Capitol Hill. We always host events in New York. There's a new Welsh Society in New York made up of young entrepreneurs of Welsh heritage, many of them from Wales originally anyway, who want to help us. And, of course, we just opened a new office in Montreal. Montreal is the home of some major companies who employ people in Wales, and we know that we have a diaspora in Montreal as well. So what we have done since 2011 is to look at opening new offices in parts of the world where we know that the Welsh heritage is strong, in order to utilise the diaspora that exists there and work with them to promote Wales in their home countries, and of course make sure that we're able to open up opportunities for Welsh businesses as they look to trade with the US and Canada.
Cwestiwn 2, Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Howard. Will the First Minister make a statement on the Welsh Government's policy on food insecurity in Wales?
Well, the Welsh Government is working with the Welsh Food Poverty Alliance to address food insecurity, and that includes increasing the uptake of free school meals and working with food producers, manufacturers, retailers and supermarkets to help them deliver on corporate and social responsibility.
Thank you for that answer, First Minister. At the beginning of February, Emma Llewellyn-Buck MP had her second reading of her proposed food insecurity bill in the House of Commons. The aim of the bill is to ensure that UK Government establishes annual monitoring of and reporting of food insecurity in the UK. I was contacted by Jigsaw last month about this particular issue. They are a charity that do excellent work in this field, and they state that there are 2 existing survey tools that have been validated and could be introduced inexpensively to measure food insecurity. First Minister, what assessment has the Welsh Government made about introducing food insecurity survey tools into Wales?
Well, we are working with the Welsh Food Poverty Alliance to address food insecurity. There are a number, we understand, of food insecurity survey tools. They all collate important information that needs careful consideration. I note, for example, the recent End Hunger UK survey highlighted that a third of the UK's poorest households are skipping meals because they can't afford to put food on the table, with austerity and rising food prices driving hidden hunger. We know, of course, the situation with universal credit. So what we want to do is to work with organisations to identify a tool that might be used in order to address food insecurity, because at the moment, of course, there seem to be a number of tools, but they all point to the same message, which is that austerity is driving people into poverty.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, the United Nations has estimated the scale of the food security problem in the UK and indeed in other countries. But it seems to me, looking through some of the information that the UN has provided, that there's a lack of up-to-date, relevant data, both on a UK level and Wales-specific, so that we can fully assess the scale of this problem. I think the data that's being used is around 10 years old. Do you have any plans for the Welsh Government to collect more Welsh-specific data, or, failing that, to work with the UK Government to see if we can get that data bang up to date so that we know the scale of the problem that we're dealing with?
Well, the End Hunger survey was published, it reflected findings published last year by the Food Standards Agency. In fact, the End Hunger UK survey was more recent than that even. I can say to the member that recent Trussell Trust analysis shows that in areas of full universal credit rollout of 6 months or more, food banks have seen a 30% average increase 6 months after rollout compared to the year before. Now, these are recent figures, and they show us the scale of the problem that is being caused by unending austerity.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Y wythnos diwethaf nes I cynnal digwyddiad yma gyda sefydliad y merched ynglŷn â tlodi bwyd. Oedd Jigsaw Aberteifi yn bresennol, oedd y cyngor tlodi bwyd yn bresennol, a Trussell Trust hefyd yn bresennol, ac mae'n amlwg fod sefydliad y merched am arwain ymgyrch ynglŷn â tlodi bwyd dros y misoedd nesaf, ac mae yna agwedd wrth gwrs ynglŷn â sefyllfa menywod yn arbennig yma, achos nhw yn bennaf sydd yn colli pryd y fwyd yn y sefyllfa yma, ac mae yna agwedd y dylen ni fod yn glir gyda bygythiad Universal Credit yn dod lawr y lain ac i nifer o cymunedau yng Nghymru fel sy'n newydd cael ei cyfeirio ato. Be fyddech chi'n gallu gwneud fel Llywodraeth i cydweithio gyda mudiadau fel merched, sefydliad y merched, sydd yn mynd mewn i gymunedau i wneud yn siŵr bod y gofau glas yn cael ei wneud i gefnogi teuluoedd yna sydd yn wynebu llymder?
Wel, doi beth yn gyda mynd holl bwysig i ni i ystyried beth yw'r sefyllfa ym mhob rhan o Gymru. Yn ail, ni yn gweithio gyda cynghrair yn erbyn tlodi mwyn delio gyda ansicrwydd ynglŷn â bwyd. Ond beth sy'n wahanol ar hyn o bryd yw bod y lefel o tlodi ymhlith rhywun sydd yr oedran gweithio yn wath na phensiynwyr. A na beth yw'r gwaniaeth. Yn hanesyddol, ni'n tueddu i meddwl, os mae bobl yn byw ar pensiwn, felly maen nhw'n sefyllfa gwath, nid felly mai ar hyn o bryd, achos ni wedi gweld siwr doriadau ynglŷn â bydd daliadau ynglŷn â rhywun sydd o'r oedran gweithio. A na beth yw'r gwaniaeth, a dyna pam wrth gwrs mae'n holl bwysig i sicrhau bod y pwysau sydd yna ar income siwr gymaint o deuluoedd ar hyn o bryd yn cael ei godi gan Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig.
Cyn i ni symud ymlaen, mae'n briodol yn bod ni'n cyfnodi marwolaeth y cyn ysgrifennydd Cymru Nicholas Edwards Arglwydd Crug Hywel, dyn a gafodd yr weledigaeth ar gyfer trawsnewid yr ardal yma bai Caerdydd sy'n gartre ein Senedd ni heddiw, ac hefyd Ifo Richard Arglwydd Rhydaman a arweiniodd y gwaith allweddol yn 2004 o baratoi'r ffordd tuag at gryfhau ein cynulliad cenedlaethol a chreu Senedd gryfach i Gymru, a dwi'n siŵr fel cynulliad cyfan yn bod ni yn cydymdeimlo gyda teuluoedd y ddau unigolyn. Cwestiynau nawr gan arweinwyr y pleidiau, a dwi'n galw ar arweinydd Plaid Cymru, Leanne Wood.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, your government has still not increased training places for doctors, and when my Plaid Cymru colleagues have asked about this previously, your Health Secretary said he would announce doctor training places separately to those of nurses, midwives and other health professionals. Can you tell us when we can expect this long overdue announcement?
Well, that is something that the Cabinet Secretary for Health will be able to announce in due course. We all know, of course, that it's hugely important that we provide as many training places as we can, and places in areas where people can gain the greatest experience that they can, whilst, of course, building on the recruitment campaign that's been so successful in bringing doctors into Wales.
First Minister, we need that announcement sooner rather than later. Our academic institutions and health boards need assurances that you haven't forgotten about doctors. Today, we've seen plans to unveil 5 new medical schools in England at Sunderland, Lancashire, Lincoln, Canterbury, Chelmsford over the next 3 years. 5 new medical schools. It's relevant for Wales that these medical schools are aimed at what's known as under-doctored areas. In Wales, of course, the progress on Bangor Medical College has been painfully slow, and we're still now only at the stage where your government has only accepted students from elsewhere being given opportunities to spend more time in Bangor, rather than medical students being placed there on a permanent basis. And incidentally, those universities who work in partnership on this are making very positive noises, which is great news. Given that even the Tories are opening new medical schools in England, do you accept that you have been painfully slow in expanding medical education in the north of Wales?
Well, it's hugely important that medical education, when it's expanded, can provide students with the breadth of experience that they need in order to qualify. And that is a factor that always has to be taken into account. The issue around Bangor, of course, has been well explored. We are keen to make sure that as many places as possible are made available around Wales, whilst, of course, ensuring that people have access to as many specialisms as they can to build up their experience.
First Minister, doctor training rates are lower in Wales than in England or in Scotland. All of the organisations, the BMA, the Royal College of GPs and physicians, they've all been supporting calls for an expansion of doctor numbers in Wales. Now, we can't rely on other countries to train our doctors. We lose enough talent as it is. And by increasing capacity in England, the UK Government and the English NHS will attract even more of our future Welsh doctors. We have fewer GPs now than in 2013. We have fewer hospital doctors now than in 2014. So the claim that you sometimes make about record numbers of health staff includes nursing assistants, it includes admin staff, and it hides the fact that we are down on the number of doctors. Now, Plaid Cymru would commit to training and recruiting 1,000 new doctors for the Welsh NHS. Other countries are pressing ahead with plans to expand training places. Even Jeremy Hunt is doing it. It seems that the universities are keen. Why is Wales, under this Labour government, lagging so far behind?
To December, the Cabinet Secretary announced a £107 million investment package to support education and training programmes for healthcare professionals in Wales.
Doctors.
That represents an increase of £12 million compared with 2017 to 18. That means that more than 3,500 new students will join those already studying healthcare education programmes across Wales. And the total number of people in education and training places in 2018 to 19 will be 9,490 people in training compared to 8,573. There will be a 10% increase in nurse training places across all 4 nursing fields and 161 nurse training places in 2018 to 19. Now, the mistake that is being made, in my mind, by Plaid Cymru is looking at doctors in isolation. You cannot look at doctors in isolation. You have to look at the entire healthcare range of healthcare staff, and that means, of course, nurses. It means looking at those working in social care. It means making sure there are enough people to make sure that delayed transfers of care continue to go down, and, of course, to make sure that you have staff like physiotherapists who are able to provide the services that people need. If we look at our recruitment campaign, it has been hugely successful in bringing doctors into Wales. It will never be the case in any developed health service in Europe that all the doctors in that health service are only trained within that health service. We want to attract the best people from around the world, and that's why, of course, our recruitment campaign has been so successful.
Arweinydd yr wrthblaid Andrew R.T. Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. If I could, with your indulgence, Presiding Officer, also lend my tribute to Lord Nick Edwards and Lord Richard, who were great pillars of improving the quality of life for people here in Wales, and also carried that charge into the second chamber and stood in their respective parties as great lead role models for politicians in future generations to follow. Their loss will be keenly felt by their families, but also by their political colleagues. And we pay tribute to their efforts on behalf of Wales and indeed the rest of the United Kingdom today. First Minister, yesterday it was highlighted in the press that the Welsh Government were thinking about tolling the M4 Relief Road, and certainly Jerry Holtham's proposals were called interesting by a Welsh Government spokesperson. If the M4 Relief Road does go ahead, is the Welsh Government actively considering tolling that piece of road?
No.
So there's been no consideration at all around tolling of the M4 Relief Road, and your colleague on the backbenches there, Mick Antonov from Pontypridd, highlighted only 2 weeks ago that the metro system is very much like the Loch Ness Monster here now for many people. But the point he was making was that routes have been lost because of the cost of the M4 Relief Road and also the rising cost of the metro system. If tolling is not being considered for the M4 Relief Road, how is the Welsh Government looking to balance the budget for these 2 vital infrastructure projects here in South East Wales, and indeed other infrastructure projects across Wales, because the 2 of them on the balance sheet just do not seem to stack up?
No, they come from two different pots. First of all, with regard to the M4 relief road, that was money that we intend to borrow. When it comes to the Metro, that comes from other sources in terms of our own budgets, in terms of looking at the city deal for funding. They are not in competition for the same resources. And just to re-emphasise, we are not looking to impose a toll on the M4.
I'm grateful for the clarity on the tolling, but again, you can't seem to have the two projects here in because the two projects are so massive in their capital expenditure. We know the M4 relief road at the moment, by your own estimates to the public inquiry, will be costing £1.4 billion and rising, I might add. The Metro system is £700 million at the current estimates. Most people, as I said, would not be able to make those sums stack up. So can you give us some clarity and certainty that you do have access to that money to build both projects, and other projects in other parts of Wales will not have to be curtailed because your capital budget will be spent or exhausted on both those projects?
One of the reasons why we couldn't proceed, or the main reason why we couldn't proceed with the M4 relief road in years gone by, is because we could not pay for it out of our existing roads budget. We needed to have borrowing powers in order to pay for a road project of that magnitude. So that is paid for from a separate pot to the roads budget. If we look at so it's not in competition with any other roads project in terms of funding. When it comes to the Metro, that is being funded in a different way, looking at our own budgets, looking at the city deal budgets, to take forward that project. What I can assure members is that the Metro and the M4 are not in competition for the same funding. They come from two different pots.
Rwynydd Grŵp UKIP, Neil Hamilton.
As I was on my way to Cardiff yesterday, I was listening to the car radio and The World at One was on. And with some incredulity, I heard that the Welsh Government was consulting school children ages between the ages of 7 and 11 for their views on Brexit. Perhaps it shows the level of maturity of the Welsh Government on this issue. And was going to take their opinions into account in formulating policy. I can't believe that this is true, even though I read it subsequently on the BBC website. Amongst those whom I heard on that programme was a 9-year-old who said that she thought leaving the EU was a bad idea because one of my friends says she wants to be a singer, and if I want to go around the world to see different music, she won't be able to because we've left breakfast. I think she must be a fan of the Leader of the Opposition, his speech at the Conservative Party conference last year. Surely the First Minister must agree that this is an exercise in total fatuity.
Does he have to use a 9-year-old to fight his battles? Things that bad in UKIP now that he has to criticise the view of a 9-year-old. I can tell you that view was more coherent than many of the views I heard from people in his own party in the course of the referendum. He seemed to complain that the news item was a mawkish puff piece, playing on the, and I quote, playing on the emotions of the listener in order to support the Remainer narrative that the nasty Brexiteers are stopping our children from being able to play with their friends from abroad. Now, if that is the level of political debate that the leader of UKIP comes up with, then give me the 9-year-old any day.
Well, actually, that particular reference. Actually, that particular reference referred to an 11-year-old's comment, also broadcast yesterday, where she said that if we were to leave, a lot of people who have friends in Europe might not be able to get in. I'm aware that people can come into the country who may not always do good things, and they can do bad things. But on the other hand, they do have relatives and friends. It's better to see them in real life than Skyping all the time and stuff. Well, it's not I who's bringing young children into the political debate. It's the politicisation of children, which is the exercise which the Welsh Government is engaged on. And is it not inappropriate to politicise children in this way in order to pursue the government's own political agendas?
How does the leader of UKIP think that the parents of those children think of him now? What they will see is a politician in this chamber belittling the views of their children for his own political purposes. Now, I don't know whether he is deliberately trying to alienate parents from voting for his party, but he's done an excellent job so far.
It's not to belittle the views of children at all, but the level of maturity which is displayed in those comments, of course, reflects their age. Perhaps even the First Minister at that age was similarly immature. I don't know. But children of 7 to 11, of course, are not yet mature, and their opinions reflect that. Even though we all mature, and then our opinions are worthy of being listened to, as serious comments in political debate, I find it absolutely extraordinary that the Welsh Government is now proposing to take them seriously. We know that teachers... We know that political education in schools is important, but it's also important that there should be balance and children should be taught to be critical. Given that the Times Educational Supplement in 2016 did an opinion poll of teachers which showed that 88% of them were pro-Remain, and of 75% of teachers, 88% of university lecturers are pro-Remain. Isn't there a danger that even subconsciously, if political topics of a controversial nature are taught in the classroom, that balance is likely to be lost?
So let's see how many votes the Leader of UKIP has managed to lose. The votes of teachers, the votes of parents, the votes of governors, the votes of grandparents, all because he has chosen today, for reasons that go beyond me, to criticise the maturity of 9 and 11-year-olds. We have spent our time in this chamber, in all parties in fairness, talking about giving children a voice. Now he's saying, and David Melling, I heard him say it, and I think the comment is opposite, children should be seen and not heard, which is exactly what the Leader of UKIP is saying. Perhaps he may want to reflect on the fact that it managed to upset many thousands of people across Wales that actually children do actually deserve a voice.
Question 3, Julie Morgan.
I wonder what the children in the gallery think of Neil Hamilton's comments. What further support can the Welsh Government give to higher education in Wales?
Well, the support we're providing to the sector, together with the reforms we've introduced in response to the Diamond Review, will create a more sustainable higher education sector in Wales and provide the most generous student support package in the UK.
First Minister, I wanted to raise the issue of the UCU strike. I know that talks are now ongoing about the validity of the figure that has been given for the pension deficit of 6.1 billion, and Universities UK has agreed an independent expert panel to review it. However, more strike action is still on the table, with potential disruption to exams, but nevertheless the strikers have the support of the students, of some of the Vice-Chancellors and of many of us politicians. So I just want to ask the First Minister, what help could the Welsh Government give to reach a satisfactory conclusion of their strike?
Well, this is a strike in a devolved sector, but over a non-devolved issue. There are two things, however, that it's important for us to say. First of all, I think it is important that there's an independent valuation, so that there can be confidence in that valuation. And secondly, as a government, we stand ready to facilitate any discussions in order to get to a conclusion.
Darren Miller.
First Minister, one group of young people who often miss out on a university education are those from Gypsy, Roma and traveller backgrounds, and you'll know that part of the reason for that is their poor performance at GCSEs compared to their peers. They get 30% lower in terms of the individuals who actually pass 5 or more GCSEs at grades A star to C. Now, one of the things which your government has done recently, which is going to make it more difficult for Gypsy, Roma and traveller children to be able to access a university education, is the axing of the Minority Ethnic Achievement Grant. Much of that, of course, was used by schools in order to support the education of Gypsy, Roma and traveller children. Will you consider reversing that decision? What additional support are you going to provide on top of it in order that we can address this inequality?
Well, if I remember rightly, there were 3 local authorities that were particularly affected by the grant. We have made sure that money has been made available to them in order for them to provide the services that they need to. We do, however, need to look in the future as to whether the grant is targeted enough. We know that there's underachievement amongst the Gypsy traveller community, but of course in other minority ethnic communities achievement is actually higher than in the population as a whole. So the question for us will be, how do we look at targeting more precisely resources towards those groups that need it most?
Clear Griffith.
Diolch Llywydd. Mae angen i Llywodraeth chi, wrth gwrs, fod yn fwy rhagweithiol yn y mater yma. Chi'n iawn bod yr union bwynt y dan sylw ddim wedi ddatganoli, ond mae yn, fel i chi'n cydnabod, cael effaith sylweddol iawn ar agweddau helaeth o'r sector sydd wedi datganoli. Felly, gai ofyn wrth chi, wrth fod yn fwy rhagweithiol, newch chi gynnull cyfarfod o Is-Gangellorion Cymru mwyn dweud wrth ni'n union beth yw barn eich Llywodraeth chi am yr hyn sydd wedi digwydd. A byddech chi'n cytuno gyda Plaid Cymru bod y modd yma prifysgolion wedi trin yn darlithwyr ni yn gwbl warthus ac yn gwbl annibyniol.
Wel, beth wedys i'n gynharach yw beth yn gwrs mae'r undeb wedi gweud wrthyn ni, sef mae yna moyn i ni i gefnogi nhw mwyn cael ystyriaeth yma to o faint beth yw gwerth y cynllun pensiwn hyn o bryd, ac yn ail, i ni i helpu i ddod a bobl at ei gilydd mwyn gweld os mae yna ffordd ymlaen ynglyn â hwn. Beth sy'n ffili digwydd yn y pen draw, bydd yn peth gwael i ni yng Nghymru, sef streic yn parhau. Felly mae'n holl bwysig i sicrhau bod ni'n dod i gasgliad, bod y sefydliadau yn dod i gasgliad gyda'r undebau, dod i setlo gyda'r undebau, sydd yn sicrhau bod myfyrwyr yn gallu cario ymlaen gyda'i hastudiaethau.
Cwestiwn 4, Hefin David.
Will the First Minister make a statement on Welsh Government support for adult part-time learning?
We made it clear in Prosperity for All that we recognise the value of education and aim to instil in everyone a passion to learn throughout their lives. And we support a range of adult learning opportunities with a clear focus on supporting those in greatest need of our help.
I attended a seminar with the Learning Work Institute last week in which those in need of returning to work and returning to education and developing their skills were highlighted. And one of the issues that was raised was the fact that those people returning to education may find it uncomfortable and intimidating going to formal college settings where they may be dominated by young people who are developing their skills in those environments and have perhaps a different set of skill needs. Therefore, community learning is really important, where returning learners can develop their skills in community settings. Would you be willing to commit that to be part of the National Skills Strategy? And also that the new post-compulsory education and training body overseeing FE and HE also puts that at the heart, community learning at the heart of their mission too.
Yes, we made it clear in Prosperity for All that we recognise the value of education. We want to instil a passion for education, of course, in our people. And that means, of course, supporting those in greatest need of our help. And that means, of course, making sure that where community settings are the most appropriate, that they are available in the future. In terms of the Tertiary Education and Research Commission for Wales, for them, of course, their task would be to provide strategic direction and leadership for the whole PSET sector, including adult learning, and to make sure that we provide the services that people need as close to home as possible.
Mark Reckless.
First Minister, the people of Newport have been promised significant investment with a new digital cluster which could revitalise the city. Will you provide the opportunities for adults currently in low-paid employment to retrain for Newport's emerging digital economy?
So I missed the second part of that question.
Will you provide the opportunities for adults who are currently in low-paid employment to retrain, that is likely part-time, for Newport's emerging digital economy?
Well, of course, in the course of this afternoon, we will, the Assembly will know more about the employability plan. And, of course, raising people's skills and, therefore, their ability to move into better paid jobs is an important part of that.
Griffith.
Of course, we have an ageing population, we have rising retirement age, and, of course, there are future job losses looming through automation, and the older generation will need to adapt and learn new skills in a way maybe that hasn't been the case in the past. Now, the Welsh Government will therefore need to provide more support for those people at these key transition points. So can I ask, how will adult community learning fit into your employability plan so that we can ensure that all adults have the access they'll increasingly need in years to come to lifelong learning?
Well, we will shortly be consulting on the future funding and delivery structure of adult learning in Wales. We want to look at the current inequity, is the word I think I would use for it, of learning opportunities across Wales. Our vision for adult learning has to be one which focuses on tackling poverty, to make sure that not only people have the skills, of course, to access the workplace, but they have the opportunity, as the member rightly says, to learn throughout their lives. The world is a fast-changing place and is getting even faster, as the member for Llanelli and others have already said. So that consultation will be an important part of the direction that we take in terms of providing the right level of adult learning, remembering, of course, the amount of money that we've had cut from our budget since 2010.
Question 5, Mohammed Ashkar.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. First Minister, what is the Welsh Government doing to improve waiting times for hospital outpatient appointment in Wales, please?
Well, the Welsh NHS has shown annual improvement in waiting time since August 2015. There was £50 million of additional expenditure in 2017 to 18, and ministerial scrutiny will, of course, make sure that that progress continues in the future, and that we maintain the focus on improving the outlook when it comes to referral to treatment times, and also in terms of referral to treatment times, and of course all the other targets that we have in the NHS.
Thank you for the reply, First Minister. One way to reduce the hospital waiting times to tackle the problem of missed outpatient appointments. Last year, there were nearly 300,000 missed appointments at the cost of NHS for more than £36 million, which is a pretty staggering figure. What action is the Welsh Government taking to reduce the number of missed outpatient hospital appointments, to reduce waiting times and release more money for frontline services in Wales, please?
Well, as a matter for the health boards, what I have noticed, however, is that certainly some health boards send out appointment letters which emphasise the cost of a missed appointment. I think that's important that people understand that. And they also emphasise that if people don't turn up at an appointment, they may end up back further down the waiting list. That is the stick. The carrot is making it as easy as possible for people to contact the department in which they have the appointment. And that means, of course, not just relying on a phone line, which might be busy or only open for a few hours a day, but being able to have an email address that people can contact, and then, of course, a swift response. And that is something I have seen with ABMU, and something certainly I think was good practice for the rest of the world.
Bethan Syed.
Thanks. People not turning up to outpatient appointments has a direct effect on ambulances and their capacity to turn up on time. Just in the last few hours, I've had a story from a constituent whereby they contacted the ambulance service at 10 o'clock one evening in Maesteg. It was categorised as a red risk of a heart attack because of the stress on that constituent who has already had various illnesses, but still no ambulance arrived after multiple follow-up calls. A family member also contacted the police because they were in such distress. The woman had to stay on the floor in damp weather because they didn't want to move her due to that head injury. And then eventually the police turned up, and then an ambulance almost 3 hours later. Now, this is really quite awful, and I think that the person who contacted me doesn't usually complain because they access the health service quite a bit, and they are the first people to praise the health service in actual fact. My colleague Rhun ap Iorwerth raised the fact that this particular element of the system is broken last week and was met with disparaging comments from the Health Secretary. If it's not broken, First Minister, can you tell us how you are going to alleviate the pain for those people who are waiting for ambulances? Because we will be perhaps criticised for living in a bubble if we're not reactive to the fact that they are experiencing these long delays and want to be seen in an appropriate manner and do not want to be waiting for hours on the streets in damp weather conditions.
Well, I can say that the 8-minute red target has been achieved for 22 consecutive months across South Wales, South Wales Central particularly. But of course, there are examples where that hasn't happened, and the member has given an example of that. If the member could provide me with details, confidentially, if the person doesn't want to give as many details as she feels is appropriate, I will, of course, make sure that the incident is investigated.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, a large number of outpatient appointments are for diagnostic tests, where we see massive waiting lists. In December, we saw over 20,000 patients waiting more than 8 weeks, and over 1,000 patients waiting for more than 24 weeks. I hope you will agree with me that this is unacceptable and will get worse due to increased demand in the coming years. First Minister, how does your government plan to increase capacity in diagnostics to ensure nobody waits more than 8 weeks?
Well, it's already happened because the number of people waiting over 8 weeks for one of the diagnostic tests at the end of December was 38% lower than the same point last year. We have invested heavily in diagnostic tests in order to get the waiting times down, and the figures are beginning to show that. Yes, it is, of course, right to say that there is, as ever, increased year-on-year demand in the NHS, but that doesn't mean, of course, that waiting times inevitably will keep rising, as the figures show.
Cwestiwn 6, Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. What assessment has the First Minister made of the Lobbying Scotland Act 2016 and how similar arrangements can be applied in Wales?
Well, I agree with the conclusions of the Standards of Conduct Committee's report on lobbying that was published in January of this year.
The Lobbying Scotland Act is now in force, so that lobbyists in that country will have to be legally registered. The same is true in Ireland, and there is a register in London. But Wales has the weakest lobbying legislation in these islands, because your government has chosen to do nothing. We now have lobbyists coordinating complaints against Assembly members to damage reputations. Media in London have alleged that lobbyists in Cardiff were involved in the complaints that led to Carl Sargent being sacked. The leader of the opposition has claimed that lobbyists leaked Carl Sargent's sacking before he even knew about it. Even Ofcom, a competition regulator, had to terminate a contract with Deryn, a Welsh lobbying firm, after it admitted breaking the rules. The public are now asking themselves, what on earth is going on in this place? Because from the outside, it looks a mess. Will you now accept that there is a problem with lobbyists here and move quickly to introduce legislation that will legally register them so we all know who they are and we all know what they're up to?
Well, none of what the member said has any basis in fact at all, but it's a matter for him to talk about whatever he wants to in this chamber. I wouldn't advise him to decide outside this chamber by any stretch of the imagination. But it's not a matter for government to introduce legislation. It's a matter for the Assembly itself. And let's remind ourselves that the Standards of Conduct Committee conducted an inquiry to consider whether the arrangements for transparency around lobbying were fit for purpose and appropriate to the Assembly. It reported back with 5 recommendations that didn't include the establishment of a lobbying register at the present time, and that is a matter for the committee itself. It's not right for government to introduce legislation such as this. It's a matter for the Assembly corporately to consider it, as it has done for the Standards of Conduct Committee.
Paul Davies.
Prif Weinidog, chi wedi cyfeirio at ymchwiliad Pwyllgor Safonau Ymddygiad. Nawr, dywedodd y Pwyllgor yn glir ei fod, a dwi'n dyfynnu fan hyn, wrth drwy dweud yn credu'n gryf y dylai aelodau cynulliad gael eu trin yn gyfartal ag aelodau'r Llywodraeth. Felly mae'r Pwyllgor yn argymell y dylai unrhyw newidiadau yn y dyfodol ar gyfer aelodau cynulliad hefyd fod yn berthnasol i'r Llywodraeth a'r cod gweinidiogol, a bydd hyn yn cael ei ystyried fel rhan o waith y Pwyllgor yn y dyfodol. Felly, ydych chi'n cytuno â barn y Pwyllgor mewn perthynas â'r cod gweinidiogol? Hynny yw, y dylai unrhyw newidiadau yn y dyfodol i aelodau cynulliad hefyd fod yn berthnasol i aelodau'r Llywodraeth? Ac os felly, siwt byddwch chi fel Llywodraeth mynd ati i sicrhau fod hynna yn digwydd?
Wel, doi beth yn gyda, wrth gwrs, byddai'r Pwyllgor ei hunan fel i newid y cod gweinidiogol, ond os mae'n unrhyw newidiadau ynglyn â sefyllfa aelodau, wel felly wrth gwrs byddai'n rhaid i fi i ystyried am ha ffordd y cod gweinidiogol i newid hefyd.
Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, with the new tax raising powers just days away and the additional powers this place is set to gain post-Brexit, surely it's time to bring in lobbying reform to ensure our democracy is as open and transparent as possible. Do you agree that this Assembly must act on lobbying reform now to help strengthen public trust in us and how we operate?
Well, I'd argue that the Assembly's already done that. The Standards of Conduct Committee has done that, and it has also said, of course, that it will keep a watching brief on the operation of the Scottish model and review the situation in 2020 with a view to setting out a firm proposal for the 6th Assembly. I do think it's hugely important when it comes to the way members conduct themselves, that is a matter of the whole Assembly and not just the government.
Cwestiwn 7, Neil Hamilton.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Will the First Minister make a statement on upgrades to the road networks in Mid and West Wales?
Well, we are continuing to invest in transport infrastructure in Mid and West Wales, as set out in the National Transport Finance Plan. We're also addressing pinch points on the Trent Road network through a dedicated programme.
Good. I thank the First Minister for that reply. I'm sure he'd agree with me that upgrades are very welcome. but that they can sometimes cause disruption and economic costs, and it's important, therefore, that they should be completed as quickly as possible. At the moment, there's a re-signalling project on the A477 to Pembroke Dock at its junction with the A4139. This is designated as a major European network road. It is, of course, the main route to the Irish ferry at Pembroke Dock and also the main route from Pembroke to the Cleddau Bridge. Given that this is due to last for 17 weeks, that's nearly a third of the year, would it not be advisable in projects of this kind that they should be conducted not just in normal working hours but also at night or over weekends in order to reduce the economic dislocation which they would inevitably cause?
Well, I mean, it doesn't work, of course, at night because the ferry leaves at about 2:30, 3:15 in the morning. So in terms of the ferry, no, yes, it is sad that I know that, but the ferries leave around about 2:30 in the morning, around about 2:30 in the afternoon. So it doesn't work in terms of working at night when it comes to ferry traffic. Now, just to remind members, these works provide a safer route for pedestrians by introducing traffic signals at the junction between Ferry Lane and the A477. It's essential to improve safety. It is supported by Pembrokeshire County Council. It is currently due for completion in May of this year. Now, whilst every attempt is made to minimise disruption, inevitably there will be some disruption, but of course when the work is completed it will ensure that safety is enhanced.
Llyn Neagle.
How the Welsh Government is working to improve child health?
Well, we are working to improve child health through a range of plans and actions, and our programme for government includes implementation of our Healthy Child Wales programme, a universal health programme for all families with children up to the age of 7.
Thank you, First Minister. One of the biggest health challenges children face in Wales is that of childhood obesity, where Wales has some of the worst rates in the UK and indeed in Western Europe. So it's absolutely vital that we start to tackle that issue. Now, it's come to my attention that over the next 3 years, Wales will receive £57 million as a result of the soft drinks industry levy that is being introduced next month. And in other parts of the UK, that funding is going to be directed to initiatives to tackle obesity and improve activity in children. You'll be aware that the Assembly's Health Committee has undertaken an inquiry into physical activity of children, and I know that the Welsh Government is working up an obesity strategy which is unlikely to be cost neutral. What assurances can you give that some of that substantial amount of funding will be redirected to tackle childhood obesity in Wales, and that the strategy itself will match the scale of the challenge that we face here?
Well, it is something that we are considering. I can say we've received a modest amount of funding so far because of the UK Government's expenditure in areas in England relating to school sports and breakfast clubs. That money has been allocated for maintaining free school breakfast, new funding for summer holidays clubs, investing more in childhood immunisation, and of course looking at taking forward a transformation fund in health. Now, when that money arrives, of course, consideration will be given to how it's best spent. But I do recognise, of course, that we have an issue that is not unique to Wales, but is something that we face in Wales, namely childhood obesity, where extra resources would certainly be useful in terms of addressing that.
Ac yn ola cwestiwn now, Angela Burns.
Good afternoon, First Minister. Will you provide details of the allocation of funding for education in Wales?
Well, education reform is a key priority for us. It reflects our efforts to get to the very highest levels of expectation for learners and teachers, and we've aligned and prioritised our budgets to our National Action Plan for Education.
Earlier this month, your Cabinet Secretary for Education announced a £14 million injection of cash to help fund school repairs. This is a very welcome sum of money, and her statement very clearly said every school will receive some funding. Now, throughout Wales, we have a number of new builds, either built this year or literally in the last sort of 18 months to 2 years. In my own constituency, I have a case of 2 schools, one beside each other. One is brand new, costs millions of pounds. The other one is a very old school, decades old, where they've literally had to beg and borrow in order to be able to turn it into a Welsh medium school and to kit it out. I've been there, the roof is leaking, the tiles are falling off, etc. Do you think it is appropriate that every school should have some of this allocation? Would it not be more sensible, or would you consider looking at the schools that really need help to give us a good modern-day learning environment, or as best as we can get in some of those very old school buildings we have, rather than also giving some of this money to very new builds?
Well, it is a matter for local authorities to prioritise which schools they wish to bid for funding in terms of the 21st Century Schools programme. But we don't direct which schools should receive the money. I was pleased last week to be in Ysgol Glan Clwyd in St Asaph, where a new extension was being built there. But it is for local authorities. It is for local authorities. Let's remind ourselves that under the Members' Party in England, there are no new schools being built at all. There will be no funding available, and no doubt if they were in power in Wales, then there would be no new schools being built in Wales either. Yes, it is difficult, of course, where a new school is built, where other schools will say, well, what about us? But that is a question that should be directed at the local authority. It is for the local authority to determine and prioritise which schools and which works they want to bid for.
Diolch i'r Prif Weinidog. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r datganiad a chyhoeddiad busnes, a dwi'n galw ar arweinydd y tŷ, Julie James.
Diolch Llywyd. There are a few changes to make to this week's business. Statements on local government and on a consultation on the draft legislation Wales Bill have been added to today's agenda. And additionally, the Business Committee has decided to postpone the debate led by UKIP until after the Easter recess. Business for the next 3 weeks is shown on the business statement and announcement found among the meeting papers, which are available to members electronically.
Davis.
Officer, a Leader of the House, irrespective of the exchanges in First Minister's questions around the consultation that the government is going to undertake between 7 and 11-year-old children around their thoughts on Brexit, I'd be very grateful to understand how, if we could have a statement from the Minister who's responsible, how the Welsh Government are going to undertake this survey and interaction with young people. I appreciate this is the issue of the day for many people. It is also a very political issue, and I might be mistaken, but I don't think that this type of exercise on such a political issue has been undertaken by the Welsh Government before amongst such a cohort of children in our schools. It is important that young people's voices are heard, but it is also important to understand how the Welsh Government will initiate the consultation, will work with schools to make sure that there is no, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that this might be the case, but that there is no creep of politicisation of the process. And without any statement coming forward from the Minister, and I can hear grumbling from the benches, but it's a legitimate point to make, because if this consultation is going to be undertaken, as the Government have indicated, other than the press comment, there has been no statement or indication from the Minister exactly the length of time the consultation would take, the type of interaction with young people that might be undertaken, what sort of forums will be engaged with, and I think that's a pretty relevant piece of information that members should have access to, should parents raise concerns over this consultation, or indeed want to interact with the consultation. And so I'd be grateful if we could have a statement from the relevant Minister to indicate exactly how this consultation will be undertaken, and in particular, what safeguards will be put in place.
Yes, well, I'm very much of the opinion that children should be both heard and seen, and should take an active role, as is appropriate for them, in any of the big issues of the day that affect their future. And obviously that has to be an appropriate interaction with them, but those youngsters in our schools at the moment are the ones who will most be impacted by the decisions that we make, as obviously they'll be on the planet longer than those of us who are a bit longer in the tooth. So I think it's an appropriate thing to do. I think it's important that the children are appropriately done. The Minister, I know, is intending to say something about that consultation shortly, but I'll make sure that he does so appropriately. And if that's not very imminent, then I'll make sure that he writes to all members accordingly.
Simon Thomas.
Llywydd. Can I draw the Leader of the House attention to the fact that today we established a cross-party group on gambling in the Assembly, and ask her to consider a government debate on gambling. We've just had the Gambling Commission proposals around fixed odds betting terminals, which surprised many of us who expected the upper limit to be much lower than the £30 that has been proposed. It surprised the market as well, because the betting companies' stocks and shares immediately went up. They were obviously expecting much more rigorous regulation than we've got. The latest survey of problem gambling in Wales has identified that 4.5% of Welsh males have what could be considered to be problems with gambling. Now, that's a figure that will grow. It's been identified as a Chief Medical Officer as a public health issue for Wales. So I think a debate, we've had a backbench debate, but I think a government debate on gambling would be apposite. In that debate, I would like to understand exactly what powers the government is likely to get over devolution. It was pitched as devolution of powers to stop the proliferation of fixed odds betting terminals, but I think it only relates to a certain sum of money. I think £10 is the stake that's been mentioned. Clearly, if the Gambling Commission then changed the stake level, then the devolution settlement looks a bit strange. We've pitched it at one sum, and the Gambling Commission can change the sum. So it doesn't look like a very good devolution settlement to me, but it would be good to understand what the government intends to do with these powers, and also the relationship of the Welsh Government to the Gambling Commission itself. Now, I've had interactions with many UK bodies over the years who, over the last 5 years in particular, have made more of an effort to involve and talk to Assembly members and to realise that they represent Wales when they represent the UK or England or Wales. The Gambling Commission is a UK body which is supposed to have interaction with Wales, but I'm not aware, certainly hasn't talked to Assembly members, and I think it would be interesting to know what relationship the government has. Can the government nominate a member of the Gambling Commission itself, for example, or does it have any formal relationship like that? So I think a debate on gambling would be really interesting for members, but I think also very pertinent to the acquisition of the new powers and to consider how we might use them. The second thing I'd like to ask for is a simple statement, if we may. We've had the Brexit agreement announced yesterday between David Davis and Michel Barnier. We've seen the details of that. I don't want to go into debate now on that. We have the bills that we're discussing as well. We've had enough of that, perhaps. But, of course, there is still, in that agreement, the potential that the whole of the island of Ireland will remain in a customs union and single market. That pushes the border straight into Holyhead in particular, but the rest of Wales as well, and there's huge implications for Wales in that. I'd just like to ask for the Welsh Government to give us a written statement, probably, setting out what the Welsh Government's interpretation and thoughts are regarding that. You know, what's the implications for us? What do we need to prepare for? I think that's just a simple factual one to know that you have considered these issues and are prepared to, if necessary, act on them with the UK Government. And finally, if I may, you'll have seen that today is revealed that the two founding members of New Directions, who have got the contract for supply teachers in Wales, have made nearly £1 million between them. You might wonder, how on earth can you make £1 million in 2 years out of supply teaching? Well, I'll tell you how. You charge £1,250 for 4.5 days for a history teacher, and then you pay the history teacher £130 a day. That's how you make £1 million out of supply teaching. And we really should not have any profit made in supply teaching in Wales. It is completely wrong that public money is going to profit for supply teaching. And there is an alternative of a cooperative supply teaching agency or a local authority-run supply teaching agency as, for example, food standards are held within a local authority. The previous Education Minister talked about that but did nothing about it. This government has talked about it several times but has done nothing about it. Surely it's time to draw the line under any profit from supply teachers. Just introduce some quick and easy legislation, which I think we'll support, to outlaw these practices.
Yes, well, that was quite a range of issues that the member raises. In terms of gambling, the Minister is going to bring a statement forward, in fact, about how we're going to use the new powers once we have them. But I think I'm right in saying that we do not have the power to appoint somebody to the Commission. We have asked for the maximum stake to be reduced to £2, and I mean, there's a massive campaign about this, so we're very disappointed in the outcome, which I think is a little bit of a fudge and kicking it into the long grass and not really taking responsibility. So I think we share the disappointment that the member expresses in that. But the Cabinet Secretary will be bringing forward a statement on the new powers and what we can do with them to make sure that we do get the best benefit. The Chief Medical Officer of Wales, as the member mentioned, has previously called for the maximum stake to be reduced to £2. Because clearly you can lose an awful lot of money in a very quick amount of time on these things. It's all part of the issue around dealing with the addiction to gambling, the serious impact it has on individuals and their families. I've had a couple of meetings myself with the Advertising Standards Authority, actually, about some of these issues, so I'll be more than happy to undertake to have further contact with them about some of the adverts that are seen on late-night television. For those of us who watch late-night television, it's really quite astonishing how many there are. So I'm more than happy to undertake to bring that up with the Advertising Standards Authority as well. In terms of Brexit, yes, I'm sure the Minister, when he's recovered from his flu, will want to make a statement about the most recent negotiation outcomes as reported and their effect on our position and so on. So I'd like to wish him well. I very much wish he would be back tomorrow, but I fear not. And I'm sure that as soon as he is well enough, he'll want to update members on where we are with that. In terms of the supply teachers, that was a National Procurement Service contract. The five entities submitted tenders. I know the members are aware of these things. I too heard the interview on the radio this morning with the supplier in question. I'm more than happy to have a conversation with the Cabinet Secretary for Education about her view as to the sentiments expressed on that programme. But the contract was let in the normal way through the National Procurement Service. But as I say, I'm more than happy to have that conversation with the Cabinet Secretary for Education.
Dawn Bowden.
Lewis, Leader of the House, recent weeks I've been made aware of severe restrictions on the connection of power sources, including renewable power sources, to the national grid in Merthyr Tydfil, and so I presume in other areas as well. And it seems to me that that has significant implications for several policies of the Welsh Government, including energy generation, decarbonisation of the public sector estate, and for local economies. So could you, Leader of the House, possibly arrange to bring forward a statement from the Welsh Government about this problem and the actions that could be taken to overcome it?
Yes, we're very much aware of the issue of grid constraints, particularly in South Wales, which are restricting the ability to deliver renewable energy projects in some areas, and it's been an ongoing issue for some time. We've raised these concerns with Western Power Distribution, who manage the distribution network in South Wales. So, though it's called the grid, it isn't, of course, a single entity. We've been assured that there are no widespread restrictions on the network, but ease and cost of connection to the network very much depends on a number of factors like the size of the connection, where the site is, what other generation demand is already connected to the network, what the capacity already is, and it's a very complex web to negotiate. So because of that, we're convening a group to work with us on solutions to the challenges inherent in developing a grid suitable to support our future energy systems. And then we'll be able to, as a result of convening that group, develop options to get us to address Wales's grid infrastructure issues very much live. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary, once that group has been convened, will want to update the Senedd as to how it's going and its future work progress.
Thank you. Susie Dees. Diolch, Llywydd. Two matters, if I may, Leader of the House. The first is that it's a good 6 weeks now until since the closure of the consultation around the location of the new trauma centre for South Wales. I know that members worked very hard to get people to contribute to that consultation. And there's a very strong opinion, as you probably know, in favour of Morriston Hospital being the location for those services, of course being the better access for West Wales and South West Powers. It's such an important service. I'm wondering if you might have an update from the Health Secretary as soon as possible after the Easter recess. And then, secondly, I wonder if I could ask you, or perhaps the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government, for either a short statement or perhaps a letter to Assembly members, confirming whether there is guidance available to local authorities about the use of disability bays during periods of civic construction. Constituents in Bridgend have complained that work being undertaken to comply with the Active Travel Act has meant that disabled parking bays are full of construction materials, and that makes it particularly challenging for them to access council services, not least going into council offices to make an application for a blue badge renewal. Thank you.
Yes, when the Cabinet Secretary, on the first matter, I was very keen that as many people as possible contribute to the consultation. The result of that, of course, is that we have a lot of contributions to the consultation. So the Cabinet Secretary, as soon as that process is finished, will be reporting back. So shortly after the Easter recess, he's nodding happily at me, so I'm confident in saying that. In terms of the other matter that you raised, I have no awareness of that at all. I think it's actually the Cabinet Secretary of Economy and Transport that's responsible for that. So I would suggest you actually write the specifics of that particular incident to him, because I'm not aware of that as a general problem. Thanks.
Dai Lloyd.
Leader of the House, can I first of all support the comments of my colleague Simon Thomas as regards the gambling debate that we would look to having following the inaugural meeting of the cross-party group on gambling today. There's very strong feelings that really we need to tackle that issue, particularly following the news coming out of Westminster as regards the betting limit of £30, which is totally unacceptable. And my second issue is, you'll be aware, Leader of the House, that Abertawe Bro Morgannwg University Health Board has been under Welsh Government targeted intervention since September 2016, which, as you know, is only one step away from special measures. And concern existed at that time about unscheduled care, stroke and planned care, amongst other matters. Now, locally, obviously, we're aware there have been significant operational pressures on unscheduled care, as everywhere else, over the winter, and there's been a knock-on effect on delivery of national performance targets. So, bearing all that in mind, and given the fact that it's over a year and a half have lapsed since the Welsh Government decided to provide targeted intervention in ABMU, I'd be grateful if the Cabinet Secretary for Health were to bring forward a debate with a particular focus on improvements against the targeted intervention priorities in ABMU. Thank you.
Yes, well, I support the member's comments on gambling, as I indicated in response to Simon Thomas, and I'm pleased to see that the cross-party group has been convened to do that. And as I said, the Cabinet Secretary will bring forward a statement as soon as we have the powers available to us to explore what we can do with those powers. It's a very important point. In terms of the ABMU situation that the member raises, the Cabinet Secretary will be bringing forward an end-of-year statement summing up all of the issues involved in that. So we're not very far off the end of the year with regard to that.
Jane Hunt.
Leader of the House, will you join me in welcoming the Credit Union Payroll Deduction Scheme supported by Michael Sheen? I spoke at the launch event last week at Capitol Law. Could you clarify how the Welsh Government is supporting this Wales-wide initiative which benefits employers and employees in the labour market? And could we also have a statement on the call from Ovarian Cancer Action for a Wales national clinical audit of ovarian cancer, as was highlighted to Assembly members last week when Ovarian Cancer Action came to the Assembly for an event sponsored by Hannah Blythin. Ovarian cancer is the UK's deadliest gynecological cancer. On Mother's Day, I joined hundreds of others on a walk in memory of Leslie Wilcock from Barry, who was a tireless campaigner on ovarian cancer, but sadly lost her life in 2016 as a result of ovarian cancer. And can I also pay tribute to Soraya Kelly, who joined the walk, who's supporting the Gloves Are On campaign?
Yes, in terms of the credit union's payroll deduction scheme, I'm delighted to welcome the recent work, whether it's supported by famous actors or not, in fact, to boost credit union payroll deduction schemes. There has been an ongoing campaign for several years now, actually, to encourage large employers to allow payroll deduction to support the credit unions, because obviously they offer people a great way to save and borrow responsibly and to keep control of their finance, and there are real benefits for employees and employers, as Jane has pointed out, in partnering with credit unions. I really hope employers across Wales will be involved, and no doubt that having a mark to recognise employers who offer payroll schemes will help to progress this. 140 organisations across Wales have already signed up to the Credit Unions of Wales Payroll Partner Mark, so it's a very encouraging start. The Welsh Government has encouraged credit unions to visit our offices to help increase membership and to promote a responsible attitude to savings and borrowing amongst staff. The Minister for Housing and Regeneration recently wrote to the Assembly Commission, in fact, to promote the value of payroll services for the National Assembly for Wales staff as well. We'll be advising them very shortly on funding awards to take forward projects from April of this year. So it's a very good scheme indeed, and I hope that we can extend it right across Wales. That's very good.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Llywydd. Two issues, if I may, Leader of the House. Firstly, as Minister for all things broadband and connectivity, I'm sure you'll join me in welcoming the UK Government's decision to pilot the 5G broadband technology in Monmouthshire. This is a great opportunity. I'm sure you'll agree with me on that. How are the Welsh Government planning to work with the UK Government on trialling this to make sure that it can be, if successful, rolled out as quickly as possible across the rest of Wales, or other innovative bespoke solutions can be developed? And secondly, many of my constituents are deeply worried about Aneurin Bevan Health Board's decision to close the St Pierre Dementia Ward at Chepstow Hospital. I appreciate that this is a Health Board matter, but I wonder if we could have a statement on guidance to local health boards and ensuring that vulnerable people are not left, because of Health Board decisions, having to travel for very long, unreasonable distances to access dementia care that they need.
I'll do those in reverse order. The Cabinet Secretary is saying that he's happy to look at any issues that the members are aware of in that regard, so I'd suggest that you write with any particulars that you have and he can address them in that way. I thought I was going to get away with not mentioning the word broadband today, but there we are, not to be. Actually had a very useful meeting with Monmouth Council and councillors there about broadband in Monmouth and about the 5G rollout. So we're very happy to support them. We had a very useful meeting about how we can do that. We continue to push for several 5G pilots in various places in Wales. I continue to be very concerned, as I've said very often in this chamber, about the way that the UK government intends to approach the sale of 5G technology. We'll be keeping very much a weather eye on that and consulting in all of the usual ways that we do.
O'n i eisiau gofyn am datganiad gweinidogol ynglyn â'r hyn sydd yn digwydd i ymwneud â'r sector preifat yn hyd-destun diogelwch fflatiau sydd wedi cael eu sydd yn cwmpasu y sefyllfa ACM. Dwi'n gwybod bod Llywodraeth San Steffan yn edrych mewn i'r sefyllfa, ond pan gyfon ni tystiolaeth i pwyllgor sy'n cael ei gadeirio gan John Griffiths, oedd yn amlwg bod lot o yr sector preifat ddim wedi ymwneud â'r sefyllfa, ddim wedi rhoi gwybodaeth ger bron ynglyn â os oedd yna cladding ACM gyda nhw. A dwi wedi cwrdd â nifer o gwpiau tenentiaid yn y sector preifat sydd yn poeni mai nhw fydd yn gorfod talu y bil os oes yna problemau. Felly o'n i eisiau, cyn bod ni'n torri am recess, i ofyn am diweddariad ar ôl i ni ddod nôl mwyn deall beth sydd yn digwydd yn benodol yn y sector preifat.
Yes, I understand that we've made excellent progress actually engaging with private owners and managing agents of around 105 high-rise residential blocks across Wales. But the Minister is indicating that she's happy to update us about where we are at the moment. So, fortunately for you, she's sitting behind me indicating her agreement to that.
Joyce Watson.
Leader of the House, I'm afraid you're not getting away from broadband, because that's my question comes from correspondence that I've received from the RNLI, and they brought to my attention lack of broadband at their St David's Head station, and they assure me that it's the only RNLI station in the whole of the UK without broadband. A fast, reliable service, as you can imagine, is vital to getting a lifeboat to those who need it and when they need it. And at the moment, the launch of the lifeboat can be unreliable due to poor radio links, particularly in bad weather when, of course, the lifeboat is most likely to be needed. And the RNLI informed me that they're in the process of updating their launch system in St David's, but a reliable broadband is critical. And it seems that they've fallen off the end of the system that has been hugely successful, but in this case is completely missing. So I suppose my question is, would you have a word with the Cabinet Secretary responsible for broadband, that is yourself, and talk and engage BT in some talks about installing broadband in whichever way they do it, to this lifeboat station in St David's, so that it isn't the only RNLI station without broadband in the UK.
Yes, Watson makes an excellent point, and it's a very important point as well. I'm certainly going to be raising the issue with both Openreach and with my officials to see if we can sort out a solution for them as soon as possible. We have some issues in the pipeline which are commercially confidential around the new procurements, but I'm hoping to have a resolution to them this week, so hopefully we'll have some good news before the Easter recess on that point.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My first question was actually asked by Mr. Nick Ramsey, and eloquently you answered. My second one is actually one of the constituents walked into my office, and one of the local body, local council, asked him to make, because his business is not doing very well, after 30 years he wants to close it down. So he went to the council, and local council said, if you shut the shop, you have to pay full rate, but if you keep the shop open, you will pay half rates. Is it the case that the Caerphilly Council is doing in the area for the rates? Could you ask your local government minister to explain why these businesses who are struggling to survive for the rates and everything, and why they're putting so knock-on effects. Whether they're in business, they have to pay half rate, but if they're not in business, they got to pay full rates of the properties.
Yes, I mean, I think that's a very specific issue. That's not suitable to be addressed as a statement. I suggest you write to the Cabinet Secretary for a specific answer to that problem. Mark Isherwood.
Whilst we've been in the Chamber, you might have seen it's been reported that emergency services have been sent to RAF Valley after a Hawk aircraft flown by the Red Arrows display team has crashed. Members may be concerned. Hopefully, there haven't been injuries or fatalities, but we know 1,500 people work on the base, and there's also residential accommodation on and surrounding the base. Could the Welsh Government therefore urgently establish what we know and make a written statement to members so that we can be appraised of the circumstances? And secondly and finally, on a happier note, would you join me in congratulating Glyndŵr University, which is celebrating its first 10 years as a university?
Yes, I'm aware of the incident at RAF Valley. My colleague has actually left the Chamber in order to ascertain more information. I have no further information as yet. So I'm sure if more information becomes available, we will make it available to the Senedd. And yes, of course, I'm very happy to join with the member in congratulating Glyndŵr University on that anniversary.
Diolch arweinydd y tŷ, ac felly i ni'n cyrraedd y datganiad gan ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros Lywodraeth Leol a Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus a'r datganiad hynny ar Lywodraeth Leol, a dwi'n galw ar yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet i wneud ei datganiad Alun Davies.
Diolch yn fawr. Llywydd, I believe in local government. I was brought up in a house where both my parents worked in delivering local services in Tredegar. For me, local government is not simply about structures and lines on maps. For me, this debate is about people, and it is about who we are as a people. I want us to discuss and debate how we strengthen and empower communities and councils across Wales. I agree with those people who have argued that we need devolution of powers, not simply to Wales, but throughout Wales as well. I have already asked council leaders what new and additional powers they want to better deliver high-quality services and to shape the future of communities they represent. I am committed to delivering more powers to Welsh local government, and I want to give those new powers to councils which are robust and sustainable enough to use them. I hope that this will be an enriching and positive debate. All too often in the past, we have all focused solely on the challenges facing councils, whether those are financial or otherwise. I hope that we can now focus on the opportunities that we can help create for local authorities in Wales. Councils with more freedom and powers, which are bolder and more innovative, and which can deliver the best solutions for their communities and shape their futures. We all want to see more people coming into local government to serve as councillors. We need councillors old and new who reflect the diversity of our communities and are value-driven, capable and energetic, working hard to improve people's lives for the better. We also all want to see strong democratic debate and accountability rooted in the communities we serve. And that includes community and town councils, which play an important part in the delivery of strong local government. While the role of councillors and their relationship with communities they represent has changed dramatically in the last 10 years, they remain the lifeblood of local government. Communities have high expectations for public services, and councillors across Wales are making some very tough choices. I want to ensure that they have the support, recognition and reward they need and deserve for the crucial role that they play in our democracy. Presiding Officer, I simply do not believe that this vision of powerful, robust and energised local government can be built without a serious debate about local government structures. Wales needs strong, effective, empowered local authorities which can weather continued austerity and build local democratic structures fit for future generations. Our local authorities need to have the capacity and capability to develop and implement the bold new solutions demanded by the increasing challenges they face. I know local government has made some very real efforts to change, adapt and invest for the future. But I also understand that in the face of UK government cuts, there are limited options for ensuring the future sustainability of local services. There is a general acceptance that things cannot carry on as they are, and a general acknowledgement that more money, even if it were available, would not necessarily solve all of these problems. Working together regionally remains crucial. It is central to our model of delivering education and social services and has been led proactively by local government through the city and growth deals. This must continue, and I know that local government leaders remain committed to working regionally. I am committed to working with local government to secure change. I have already announced proposals to increase participation and to improve a democratic process for everyone in Wales, and will continue to work hard to deliver this shared vision. The Green Paper consultation I'm launching today sets out the proposals to explore the possibility of creating larger, stronger councils. The Green Paper sets out for debate possible options on how this can be achieved. These options include voluntary mergers, a phased approach with early adopters merging first, followed by other authorities, or finally a comprehensive programme to create a new structure for local government. Presiding Officer, bringing local authorities together whilst making a range of changes designed to reinvigorate the democratic process and strengthen the role of elected members offers us an opportunity to deliver democratically accountable, high-quality and sustainable public organisations which can address the many economic and social changes and challenges our communities face now and in the future. I believe it is important, as part of this debate, to have an agreed future footprint for local government. While I believe that such a future footprint is crucial, I am open to a discussion on what this might look like. The Green Paper sets out an approach which reflects the thinking of the Williams Commission and builds on feedback from previous consultations to stimulate discussion to arrive at an agreed approach. I recognise that there are a number of challenges in creating larger, stronger authorities. These challenges are not insurmountable. They are potentially complex, and overcoming them will require commitment and leadership at all levels of government. However, in themselves, they are not reasons for avoiding delivering changes to help transform and sustain our public services for the future. I believe that local government has a vision and ambition to transform our communities, and that we, as the Welsh Government, need to equip them to realise those ambitions. I am making proposals today, but I remain committed to a conversation and would welcome any additional proposals from others. Presiding Officer, I hope now that we can have that positive, constructive and optimistic conversation about how we empower and strengthen local government for the future.
Jonathan Saunders.
Llywydd, today we were called at 10:30 as spokespeople to meet with the Cabinet Secretary to discuss the proposals going forward. And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that. And he has maintained since he came into post he wanted to do so with absolute respect. And that's something that we want to work forward to, is in positive going forward terms. However, I have to be honest, to then present a green paper 70 pages long, with very little time to absorb it and, you know, sort of be able to scrutinise you directly, doesn't give us much, and I think there is a lack of respect there. However, we move on. We are where we are, and we do have spokespersons' questions tomorrow, so no doubt I'll be teasing some of the more contentious points out. But, you know, reform in any guise, however required, can be contentious, especially given that this is yet another attempt by your government to get a grip of a failed local government system, and it's failed under a Welsh Labour government. I don't blame our hard-working staff, our officers or our elected members across all 22 authorities. The blame for 20 years of running our local government system to a point that's been described by the WLGA in we are seeing services wearing down to the point of collapse. The public are frustrated with paying council tax, yet seeing key community functions cut or closed. Indeed, it is telling that there is actually no mention in this about even improving the quality of services to local residents. No mention of the fundamental principles required with any reform of financial governance, democratic accountability and financial probity. We know the whole position currently is unsustainable and that something has to give. Again, that is what the WLGA say. The biggest area in local government where upfront savings could be made without wholesale restructuring is through joint working in back office services, and that's been raised with all the regulatory bodies and others who are interested in us delivering public services effectively across Wales. That doesn't require any change to legislation, doesn't affect democratic representation and could be initiated immediately. The back office aspects of local government are relegated to pages 41 and 42 of the Green Paper, and one very much gets the impression that it is an afterthought. That, to me, speaks many volumes in that not only has this Welsh Labour government run our health service down since devolution, but through a lack of strategic vision and leadership, we now have a very broken system of public services here in Wales. You referenced the Williams Commission in your Green Paper, highlighting some of the problems facing local government, yet it doesn't acknowledge many of the other 62 recommendations made by that commission. This will now be the third attempt and third announcement that there is an intention by your government to reorganise local government. Over the past 7 years, in my role as the Welsh Conservative spokesperson on local government, this portfolio has changed hands in the Cabinet no less than 5 times, with 3 varying models of local government reform going forward. I suppose my first question to the Cabinet Secretary himself: do you believe, in all honesty, that you will even still be in post to see the actual delivery of any fundamental and positive reform moving forward? In 2016, it was also reported that your predecessor, Mark Drakeford, promised the Carmarthenshire Council leader his council would stand alone for at least 10 years, instead supporting the option of regional working. We now find out that the Green Paper seeks to scrap regional working, and in doing so, you are throwing councils, their staff, into more turmoil and uncertainty. Now, I think this now comes to the 3 proposals for local reform in 2 years. The number of publications and consultations listed in Annex A, 8 in 2 years, demonstrates just how long a journey it has been from Williams to now. It has certainly not been direct. I note the options outlined in the Green Paper and consider that only one protects local authorities from voluntary mergers. Were your predecessors' assurances to Carmarthenshire Council, therefore, wrong? With regards to option 1 and voluntary mergers, now that these are back on the table, will you be making approaches to those authorities? And what have you done to date to those who came forward with voluntary proposal mergers before to make amends to those that were quite badly thrown out by a previous cabinet, well, a minister at the time? Regards to option 2 and 3, we face the same concerns regarding the actual process towards mergers. Where is your cost analysis, for actually implementing a system that will, in effect, see 22 local authorities taken down to 10? On council tax harmonisation, little is said within this paper about it says that there's been convergence, and in the majority of places, the differences today are small, and this should not be an insurmountable issue. But we know in Monmouthshire, for instance, Band E properties is £300 less than Blaen y Gwent. And you actually seriously want to merge Blaen y Gwent, Torfaen with Monmouthshire. We know what this is about. This is about working with a new electoral system going forward. And this is a political reform. It's not about bringing good services to our people. On transition committees and shadow authorities, we have the same questions as in the last Assembly. How will they be accountable? What will the costs be? Who will safeguard and plan them well ahead? I know you've explained you intend to devolve significant powers to local authorities. It's taken you 20 years to actually even think of doing that. For example, land use, planning, housing, skills, transport and environment, as well as issues relating to funding, finance and taxation. Cabinet Secretary, this is a considerable breadth of scope, and I do remain actually cynical as to whether this Welsh Government is up for it. Essentially offering up more ways to tax our hard-working local residents. We know that the LGA Labour group in England has called for higher council tax, a new land value tax and a hotel tax.
Can I just ask you to bring your questions to a close? Okay. You've now taken longer than the Cabinet Secretary, so if you can draw your questions to a close. And
Okay. With your proposals for larger local authorities, does the Cabinet Secretary envisage that councillors will be elected via proportional representation or first past the post? We would like the answer to that today. And finally, will you confirm how many council leaders have asked you to leave their councils alone and actually continue in the model now of 22 local authorities? How many council leaders, Cabinet Secretary, in all honesty? Thank you.
I think members across the whole chamber will be glad to hear that the Conservatives do finally have a couple of questions at the end of that. I will say to the member, you know, I finished my statement with the words that I hope we can now have a positive, constructive and optimistic conversation. Perhaps that in itself was optimistic. The member has listed a number of consultations and the process we've been through over the last few years. What she failed to mention is the fact that she hasn't supported a single one of those proposals, and neither has she brought forward any proposals of her own. You know, it isn't sufficient. And let me say this very, very clearly. It is an inadequate response to the challenges faced by local government to simply say and repeat speeches that were made 1 year and 2 years ago. That's an inadequate response. It's an inadequate response. It's an inadequate response. It's an inadequate response to what is being proposed today and what has been proposed in this white paper. Let me say this. The member concerned, the Conservative Party, you've asked the questions. I'm quite prepared to sit down if you're not prepared to listen to them, to the answers. Let me say this. The Conservatives describe our local government system as a failed system and a broken system. I reject that description. I reject it completely. I reject the criticism that she makes of local government leaders, and I reject the criticism she makes of the way in which local government is currently being managed in Wales. What I want to do is not look for difficulties and look for where there are challenges facing local government, but what I want to be able to do is to look at the future for local government and to be positive about that future. The member asks about voting systems, and she uses some pretty poor language in order to describe her concerns. But I have to say to her, I made that statement in January on electoral systems. We have not revised that in any way at all, and that forms a part of the basis of what we're saying today. But I hope that the Conservatives will break with the habit of a lifetime and look towards a positive future for local government in Wales. I hope that they will engage in this process. They haven't to date, but I hope that they will do so. And let me emphasise again, Presiding Officer, this is a green paper process. It is not a conclusion of a conversation. It is a beginning of a conversation. I want to hear, and I will be proactively seeking to hear, not only what people have to say about the proposals that I make in this document, in this green paper, but proposals that others wish to make as well, and proposals that they have to empower local authorities, proposals that they have to make local government more robust and more powerful in the future, proposals that they have in order to devolve more powers from this place to local government across Wales, proposals that they have to improve the delivery of services, and proposals that they have in order to strengthen and empower democratic accountability and our local democratic debates across Wales. So far from the Conservatives, whenever the difficult questions are asked, all we hear is a deafening silence.
Sian Gwenllian. Diolch Llywydd. Ges i na fel yr ysgrifennydd cabinet fy magu mewn cartra ble roedd fy nau riant yn gweithio i gyngor lleol yn darparu gwasanaethau lleol i bobl a phlant yng Ngwynedd. Dwi wedi bod yn gynghorydd cymuned ac yn gynghorydd sir ac rwyf yn rhannu barn yr ysgrifennydd cabinet ynglŷn â phwysigrwydd llywodraeth leol. Dyma'r rhwyd sy'n ceisio diogelu ein pobl a'n cymunedau mwyaf bregus. Mae'r dasg yn mynd yn gynyddol anodd wrth i bolisia llymder frathu ac mae gen i'r parch mwyaf i'r gwaith sy'n cael ei gyflawni gan ein cynghorau lleol ar draws Cymru. Felly, beth yn y byd sydd yn mynd ymlaen yn rhengoedd y llywodraeth hon? Heddiw,
da ni'n cael cadarnhad o bedol pellgyrraeddol ynglŷn â dyfodol ein cynghora. Wedi 2 flynedd o fynd i un cyfeiriad dan arweinyddiaeth Mark Drakeford, wela ysgrifennydd cabinet newydd yn dod â phapur gwyrdd ger bron sydd yn dro pedol syfrdanol. Mae'r saga hon yn wir y ffars hon yn gofyn cwestiynau sylfaenol am allu'r llywodraeth hon i lywodraethu yn effeithiol ac yn gofyn cwestiynau sylfaenol am yr arweinyddiaeth bresennol. Fe gofiwch chi ym Mehefin 2015, cafwyd cyhoeddiad gan Leighton Andrews, y gweinidog llywodraeth leol ar y pryd, oedd yn cynnig creu 8 neu 9 awdurdod lleol allan o'r 22 yng Nghymru. Fe gofiwch chi'r storm o brotest ddath yn sgil hynny, ac erbyn cyhoeddi manifesto llafur cyn etholiadau cynulliad 2016, roedd hynny wedi mynd i'r gwellt. Doedd na ddim ymrwymiad i'r nifer o gynghora yr hoffa llafur weld yn cael ei creu. Ac medda Unison ar y pryd, we are in a state of limbo. The workforce is anxious and fearful of the future. Fe gollodd Leighton Andrews ei sedd yn y Rhondda yn Mai 2016 yn sgil buddigoliaeth swmpus fy ffrind Leanne Wood arweinydd Plaid Cymru. Daeth Mark Drakeford yn ysgrifennydd cabinet cyllid a llywodraeth leol ac roedd na gynigion newydd ar y bwrdd. Roedd un o cynghora drwy ddeddf wedi mynd ac roedd rhanbartholi mandadol o rai gwasanaethau yn opsiwn canolog i weledigaeth Drakeford. A dyma ni, bron i 2 mlynedd yn ddiweddarach ac o dan oruchwyliaeth ysgrifennydd cabinet newydd eto, y trydydd ysgrifennydd cabinet llywodraeth leol mewn 2 blynedd, a dyma ni yn ôl i fap tebyg iawn i un Leighton Andrews. Roedd ganddo fo 8 neu 9 cyngor newydd, heddiw 10 cyngor newydd sydd ar y bwrdd. Felly mi hoffwn ni ofyn, pam fod un o cynghora yn mynd i ddenu cefnogaeth y tro yma, pam fethwyd y tro dwytha? Fedrwch chi gadarnhau fod yr amserlen yn opsiwn 2 yn golygu fod gan gynghora tan 2027 i uno. Dwi'n meddwl bod Janice Finch Saunders wedi gofyn y cwestiwn, ond nes i ddim clywed yr atab. Roedd Mark Drakeford wedi gwarantu na fydda na newid am 10 mlynedd. Eisoes dwi'n cael negesion yn gofyn am gadarnhad o hynny, felly swn i'n falch iawn sa chi'n gallu cadarnhau hynny. Ynglŷn â'r pwera newydd fydd yn cael ei datganoli i'r cynghora newydd yma, be fydd y pwera yma, a fydd na gyllid yn mynd efo'r pwera heini hefyd. Ac yn ola, a fydd y Llywodraeth yn gwneud dadansoddiad o faint fydd yr opsiwn o uno cynghora yn ei gostio. I gloi, mae yna 3 peth yn glir. Unwaith eto, mae Llywodraeth leol mewn limbo. Unwaith eto, mae gweithwyr yn ansicr am ei dyfodol. Unwaith eto, da ni'n mynd rownd a rownd mewn cylchoedd yn ailgylchu cynigion, yn ailgychwyn sgwrs wedi ei chynnal yn aflwyddiannus o'r blaen, a dim arwydd o gynnydd o dir Llywodraeth aneffeithiol yma.
Dwi dal yn mynd i fod yn cymryd fy'n optimism ymlaen gyda'r fath o atebion dyn ni'n gael, achos be dwi'n clywed gan y Llyfr Plaid Cymru yw ail-adrodd hanes ar raith hanesyddol, ond ddim yn cynnig unrhyw syniadau newydd. A dyna beth ni ddim yn gweld yn y trafodaeth yma yw bod dim un o'r pleidiau, gwrthpleidiau dyn ni wedi clywed ganddyn nhw yn barod, yw ganddyn nhw unrhyw syniadau o gwbl o sut dyn ni'n mynd i symud ymlaen. Gai gweud hyn yn glir. Dwi wedi bod yn siarad gyda arweinwyr cyngor a draws Cymru yn cynnwys arweinwyr Plaid Cymru, a gai gweud hyn wrthych chi. Does na neb sy'n mynd i weid bod nhw'n hapus gyda sefyllfa presennol ac yn credu bod y strwythau presennol yn gynaladwy yn y dyfodol. A mae rhaid i fi gwynebu hynny. Mae rhaid i fi gwynebu hynny. Mae'n bosibl i chi edrych nôl tu ôl i'r etholiadau diwethaf, ond mae rhaid i fi edrych i'r dyfodol, a mae rhaid i fi edrych ymlaen, a mae rhaid i fi meddwl y bwyty fath o strwythau fydd yn gros sicrwydd i gweithwyr cyngor ac i bobl sy'n derbyn y gwasanaeth lleol. Dwi ddim yn ddigonol felly i beidio cymryd rhan yn y trafodaeth yma y bwyty'r dyfodol. Na gweud hyn wrthych chi. Dwi eisiau chwilio am gytundeb gyda'r Llywodraeth leol. Dwi ddim eisiau wthio newid trwyddo, ond i bai bod yna gefnogaeth am hynny. Dwi eisiau treulio amser yn gael y sgorsydd yma. Dwi eisiau treulio amser yn arwain trafodaeth yma. Dwi eisiau gael y fath o trafodaeth ar draws Cymru i sicrhau bod ni yn gael cytundeb a pen draw, so bod yna cytundeb ar y ffordd ymlaen. A dwi'n fodlon buddsoddi amser gwneud hynny. A dwi'n fodlon buddsoddi yr adnoddau mae'r Llywodraeth i sicrhau bod ni ail gael y cytundeb yma. Ond, mae rhaid ni hefyd gael arweinyddiaeth. Mae rhaid ni hefyd gael arweinyddiaeth. A dwi ddim yn ddigonol i edrych yn ôl pan ydych chi'n trio arwain, mae rhaid i chi edrych o flaen chi. Dwi'n trafod ar hyn o bryd y fath o pawerau gallwn ni troesglwyddio i Lywodraeth leol a mi fyddai'n gwneud datganiad ar hynny pan dwi'n mewn sefyllfa i gwneud hynny. Mae'r aelod yn gofyn a fydd cyllid y gyfer y pawerau newydd yma. O'r cwrs, rai o'r pawerau yma yn gallu codi cyllid i hun. Mae dibynnu a sut mae'r Llywodraeth leol yn defnyddio'r pawerau newydd. Felly, dwi eisiau edrych a sut ni creu pecyn gwahanol newydd y gyfer Llywodraeth leol. A dwi'n mynd i chwilio am gytundeb gyda'r Llywodraeth leol. Ond, dwi'n mynd i sicrhau bod y cytundeb yma yn cytundeb gyda uchelgais. Uchelgais y gyfer Lywodraeth leol, uchelgais y gyfer y dyfodol, ac uchelgais o beth dyn ni'n gallu gwneud fel gwlad.
Lynn Neagle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary. I know that you are very well aware of my very deep concerns about the impact of attempting a major restructure of local government during a time of austerity. And can I take this opportunity to remind the Cabinet Secretary that in the last Assembly, Torfaen submitted a proposal for a voluntary merger, which was declined. So there is absolutely no shortage of willingness to collaborate in Torfaen. I do have some questions. My priority is to get through these years of austerity while trying to secure the best possible public services. Now, we know that services are under stress, but can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, where is the evidence that this is because of structure rather than the impact of austerity and growing demand, neither of which will be stemmed by reorganisation? Can I ask what the Welsh Government's estimates, I'm assuming that the Green Paper has been costed, what are the costs of reorganisation and how will it be paid for, given the current shortage of resources? And would you agree with me, Cabinet Secretary, that the City deals and other joint working shows that with negotiation and perseverance, regional working can indeed make an impact?
Yes, regional working is a crucial and critical part of what we're doing. This is not an either-or, if you like. This is about creating the units of governance with a capacity and a strategic ability to empower and to drive forward regional working. You know, you and I both supported the proposed merger with Torfaen and Blaenau Gwent in the previous Assembly, and I think you and I both spoke in favour of that at the time. We certainly both met our respective council leaders at the time, and we certainly did provide support to them in taking that forward. And I think we both share a disappointment that didn't happen at that time. And certainly that's what I will be seeking to do now. In answer to the previous question from the Plaid Cymru spokesperson, I hope I was very, very clear that what I'm seeking to do here is not to seek agreement on how we take these matters forward. It's not simply to establish a process through this Green Paper today and then simply choose one of those options. It is to establish the debate, create a framework for that debate, create the opportunity for that discussion, and then on our agreed proposals, which we will discuss at the end of this process, take that forward to legislation. Now, at the moment, we're not in that position. We're not in the position to actually give you some of the detailed answers that you've asked for, because we haven't taken that decision. And what I don't want to do, and this is what I really don't want to do this afternoon, is to end a conversation with the conclusions of that conversation. What I want to do today is to begin that conversation and look for not just a debate on the options that I am making here, that I'm proposing here in this Green Paper, but if there is a plan which comes from either Torfaen or Blaen y Gwent or elsewhere, then let me say I'm very, very happy to consider that. The consideration that we will be given to these matters isn't limited to the three proposals in the Green Paper. It isn't limited to a single proposal or a number of proposals. What it is an opportunity for people to come forward with those proposals, to come forward with those ideas, to be creative in exactly the way that the member for Torfaen suggests local government has been creative in its approach to city deals and regional work in other ways. This is an opportunity to have that debate, that wider debate, that positive debate, that creative debate, that rich debate. And what I don't want to do today is to either finish that debate, close that debate down, or limit that debate.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Dibwr Llywydd, and thanks to the Minister for today's statement and also for the briefing earlier today. The Welsh Government's proposed local government reforms have been long in the making, as we've heard from other contributors, and yes, we are on the third Minister who's now worked on them. So the current Minister has inherited a difficult issue, and I think that most of the players in local government in Wales will probably be relieved to some extent that we've got to this point today. That is, we now have a map of the proposed councils. Because what most council leaders want is some measure of certainty for their sector in the coming years. So, although we are moving to a green paper, so things can still change and are subject to consultation, hopefully we will soon know what the final map of the Welsh councils will look like. Now, that is not to say there won't be controversy over which councils we do end up with. Janet raised the issue earlier today of possible political fixing. Now, I won't use the same term, but we know that's always a possibility when boundaries change. But I think there are genuine concerns that are always likely to arise from this kind of reorganisation. For instance, residents in largely rural Monmouthshire may well have genuine concerns about the proposed merger with the two Eastern Valleys councils of Torfaen and Blaen y Gwent. There may be concern too in the Vale of Glamorgan about the proposed merger with Cardiff. A major problem there being that Cardiff is an expanding city in population terms, and the planners in Cardiff would dearly love to get their hands on the remaining green fields of the Vale. But many people living in the Vale may not wish for that quite so ardently. I'm sure there are other issues that you'll have to deal with, Minister. RCT is a big council as it is. This is another issue in terms of its electorate. I think we did have an inkling that a merger with Merthyr may well have been on the cards, given that a lot of the services are already shared between the two. But throwing Bridgend into the mix as well did come as something of a surprise. So I'm sure there will be many controversies going forward. We know that there is going to be contention. So what I do ask today is your figure of 10 councils, is that firmly settled in your mind? What if, for instance, there is a strong lobby from various quarters for, let's say, 12 rather than 10? Would you still fairly consider those kind of representations? There is also the issue of voluntary mergers, which you still leave some leeway for mergers to take place on a voluntary basis. But, of course, the problem with that, as we heard earlier, was that when that was proposed by your predecessor but one, he then threw out all of the voluntary mergers that the councils came up with. So would you, how much leeway are you going to give for proposals for voluntary mergers which don't fit in with the map that you've put forward so far? Regional working, Lynn Neagle raised that. You cited the importance of regional working yourself in today's statement, and I think we need to encourage regional working. And I know that there is some good practice going on in in the use of regional work and driven by financial imperatives. We know there's a lot of stuff going on in South East Wales where they are using shared services. Now, is it your plan? We know that there's no, you've got away from this comment of mandatory regional working that Mark Drakeford was very keen to use. He kept using the term of mandatory. You're not using that anymore. So how are you going to drive forward the idea of regional working? And also, once you have your councils, whether it be 10 or 12 or however many, will you still be encouraging regional working beyond the parameters of one council? Will you still be encouraging, for instance, a Gwent-wide regional working, which I understand is happening in some cases at the moment? Anyway, thank you. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I will say that the map is an indicative map which gives indications of a direction that we would like to travel in, but certainly if strong cases are made, then I certainly would be very prepared to look at all those cases. As I've said in answer to previous questions, this is a green paper process where we're happy to consider all different proposals that will be made from any different source in order to look positively on how we can strengthen and empower local government. I would say I'd be very disappointed if representatives of Monmouthshire suddenly found it so difficult to live with myself and the representative for Torfaen. You know, I was born in Monmouthshire in the 1960s in Tredegar, and Monmouthshire as a concept goes back to the Act of Union. So we have, over the last 500 years, gained a certain familiarity with ourselves, which I hope we haven't lost in the last 20 years. So certainly it's something that we have sought to recognise in the way that we are trying to bring people together. But I have to say to the member that there is that everything we're proposing today is about beginning a conversation and not concluding one. But the point that the member makes about regional working is crucial. It's absolutely crucial. There are certain things where I think we need to be very clear in what our approach is. I don't wish to see any new authority crossing a health board or a police boundary. I think that makes sense in terms of a coherence of service delivery and in terms of regional working. And the purpose of this proposed reform isn't an either-or, regional working or a different structure. It is in order to decomplexify, if you like, and in order to strengthen regional working, because many of us have had conversations, particularly those of us who represent the South Wales Valleys, about the complexity of some of our structures today, about the complexity of decision-making. And what we want to be able to do is have governance of a size that is appropriate to a country of 3 million people. And what that enables us to do is to create structures that have the power to then deliver regional work in a more profound way, to have a capacity to think and to act strategically within a regional footprint and to work alongside colleagues in order to deliver either the services or the strategic economic development that they want to see. So this is about not simply drawing lines on a map. It is about how we empower local government and how we strengthen local government in order to provide a more robust structure for the future.
Paul Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Now, Cabinet Secretary, it won't surprise you that I remain opposed to merge Pembrokeshire and force it back into a Dyfed model, because I remain of the view that that will lead to further centralisation of services away from Pembrokeshire. Now, I appreciate that today's Green Paper is looking to explore the approach which should be taken by the Welsh Government, which includes a single comprehensive merger programme, and I presume from that option it will result in the Welsh Government forcing mergers if that option is adopted. It's quite clear from the people that I represent that there is no appetite to merge Pembrokeshire back into a Dyfed model, especially given that Pembrokeshire County Council from all parties, including your Labour colleagues on the Council, just over 2 years ago voted in favour of a notice of motion calling the reintroduction of the old Dyfed model unacceptable. In the circumstances, can you here today therefore reassure my constituents that you will not proceed with forced mergers unless the proposals carry the will of the people that I represent?
I'm aware of the strong feelings of the member for Preseli. let me say this. As I said in answer to previous questions, what I'm not going to do today is to announce my conclusions of this process. I don't think, in all fairness, you would expect or anticipate me saying that. What we are providing for is 3 options here, only one of which you described in your question, and one of which, of course, wouldn't provide for any of those scenarios that you've drawn in your question. But what I would say to you is how do we protect public services? How do we protect public service workers? How do we devolve more power closer to home, away from this place? All issues that you've brought up over the years we've spent in this chamber together and where there's been broad and wide agreement. How do we do that in a way that guarantees robust local accountability as well as robust local decision-making? And I don't think that you would necessarily disagree with any of those objectives, although I do understand the almost emotional commitment, if you like, to Pembrokeshire as an historic county of Wales. And I would not want for one moment for these proposals to be interpreted as a threat to any of those historical identities. We hold them strong, and we quite rightly hold those identities strong. And it is important that we recognise those. But the delivery of public services would be, under any model, a matter for a local authority in that area. And I would certainly encourage all local authorities to ensure that jobs and services are provided as close to the citizen as possible in whatever the structure we finally conclude would be relevant for the future.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. First of all, can I welcome devolution in Wales and more powers to local authorities. It's a movement away from the direction of travel of the last 45 years. Some people in here may remember when local authorities controlled the police, controlled water, controlled higher education, controlled further education, all of which have been taken off local government over recent years, over the last 45 years. Quite often on local government reorganisation, always seems like a good time to remove powers from a local authority. So I very much welcome that. Of course, we overdue a local government reorganisation. We have one every 22 years, and we should have had one last year, shouldn't we, rather than this year? But I mean, that's the direction. And every time we have a local government reorganisation, we've got it right. This is the optimum way of running local government. We had it in 1973, when I was in school, when the counties and the districts inside them were perfect. Then we had, no, you need unitary authorities. Now we know we need very large authorities. Why does the Cabinet Secretary believe that larger bodies in local government are more efficient and effective than smaller ones? And can I ask, is he aware of the problems that Birmingham Social Services, for example, have had, which is the largest local authority in Britain, possibly the largest in Europe? What population and geographical size does he think is optimum? I ask that because Powys, apparently, with a population of approximately 132,000, is fine to be standalone, but Pembrokeshire, as Paul Davies mentioned, with 128,000 isn't. Carmarthenshire, with 180,000, isn't. I'm trying to get behind the logic of why, in some areas, you need very big authorities. Why is Swansea and East Port Talbot, which are both bigger than Powys, have to be merged? And I've got no problem with them merging. I'm not sure you'll get a much better authority, and there'll be costs associated with it. And to the question which was asked earlier, I'm not allowed to answer it, the cost of reorganisation will be approximately 5% of the current net expenditure. That what happened last time. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be the same this time. And we've created lots of, in Wales over the years, we've created lots of large bodies within the public sector. That's been the direction of travel under Conservative governments in Westminster, under Labour and Plaid, under Labour and Liberal Democrat in here. We've created lots of less and less organisations which tend to be larger and larger. Just a question, and I don't come second, I might not want to answer this, but does he believe that the larger organisations in Wales, the really big ones, and you can think of some now, and the all Wales bodies are performing so well, we need to have more larger bodies?
Thank you. I'm glad that the member for Swansea East welcomed the general thrust of my approach to these matters in terms of devolving powers to local government structures and bodies across Wales and decentralising governance in Wales. I'm sure that the member pleased that I welcome that. Do you know, the conversation that you've started in that question is exactly the conversation I want to have over the coming months, because I do not say in this paper, and I do not believe, that there is a single optimum size or shape that fits everywhere in Wales. What is right in Powys isn't necessarily going to be right for the valleys of South Wales, certainly isn't going to be right for the cities, and certainly wouldn't be right for areas of the north either. And so we don't seek to say here that there is an optimum shape and optimum size for local government. What we're seeking to do is to create structures to which we can devolve additional powers, which we can protect the roles and jobs of public service workers, that we can deliver excellence in public services, and that we can ensure and hardwire democratic accountability and democratic decision-making within those structures as close to the citizen as possible. Now, how you get close to the citizen will be different in different places. I accept that, and I accept that some councils will always be larger and others smaller than some other authorities. I accept that, and that is the nature of the country in which we live. I don't want to deliver uniformity across Wales, but I do believe that we need a level of consistency in services and a consistency in democratic accountability and a consistency in how we're able to manage our affairs. And, you know, Mike Hedges and myself were both in school in 1973. I suspect different schools, but we were both in school, and we were both born, and we've lived in different local authority areas. And I accept that, you know, there's been a search for of the right shape and the right size for authorities, and we haven't in the past always got those things wrong. Right, and that is why I start this conversation today in a way which seeks to stimulate debate and not to close down debate. I know on occasions like this, statements like this, members will ask questions and they will seek definite and precise answers. But I think every so often, I think it's right and proper that a minister starts a debate and doesn't seek to conclude the debate in the same speech.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Deputy Lawyer. Can I first of all put on record, Cabinet Secretary, that I think I'd rather live next to you than with you. There may still be time for your charm to work on me, but as things stand at the moment, happy as a next-door neighbour. You certainly deserve credit for your courage in pursuing issues seemingly designed to reduce your popularity, probably as much in the Labour Party, given today's speeches, as across other political parties. And look, I welcome your statement today. I think it is an interesting debate, a debate we do all of us want to talk about how we progress public services in Wales. But I must say, I don't quite understand why this Green Paper starts off by saying that local government is about more than drawing maps, lines on maps, and then on the next page you go on to draw a bunch of lines on maps. No option as to how those lines should be drawn. It's sort of shoved in the middle of the document as though this is the obvious way that it should be done, but there's no actual logic to it to me. There are lots of interesting statistics ranging from population to council tax bases, but no recognition of the importance of the feel of an area, its character, its brand, to use the modern term. Why are you going about it in this way, rather than looking at the factors which, for instance, in my area, make Monmouthshire successful in harnessing the energy of its people, of promoting its history and heritage, and growing the local economy, because the brand works. And it's not a case that across the whole of Wales that local government has been a total disaster. There have been elements of good practice and there have been elements of poor practice. And I think your intention, at least I think your intention at the start of this process, is to try and make sure that it's the good practice that wins over the poor practice. And we would certainly support that. There's no explanation about how local government Area 10, I think I'll end up living in. I trust that's a working title. It does sound a little bit something from 1984, very Orwellian. Perhaps there's something behind us. How will that Area 10 provide a more successful brand, or will it be identifiable or respected by or accepted by the people who will live in it? As Gareth Bennett said in his comments earlier, if you're talking about joining an area like Monmouthshire to Blaenau Gwent, OK, you've got the Heads of the Valleys Road, which is being developed. There might be some arguments for building on that. But it doesn't seem to me that the public, the people out there these bodies are supposed to represent, are really involved or engaged in this at all. So if you want to come to my area at some point, I'll take you round one of the country shows, and I'm sure you'll get people's opinions very quickly. Like you, I'm an optimist, Cabinet Secretary, but optimism does require a basis for that optimism and not simply a leap in the dark. I do fear that at this point in time, this paper is closer to the latter than the former.
I agree with large parts of Nick Ramsey's speech, much to his horror. I actually think he's right. And the interesting thing is, because he describes himself as somebody from Monmouthshire, and he takes ownership of that. But I'm from Monmouthshire. I was born in St James's Hospital, Tredegar, Monmouthshire. I was educated by Monmouthshire as well. And the first time I saw the All Blacks play, they played Monmouthshire. And, you know, it is part of my identity as well as a part of your identity, Nick. And you know that, and I know that. And we're both from that place, but we both recognise and has historical roots which go back long into history. And that is why the point made that you make, and the point made by Paul Davis as well, is so important about what local structures are. My belief in where I come from and my identity as somebody from the borderlands of Wales, from Monmouthshire, from a border county, isn't determined by the structure of local government, but is determined by who we see ourselves as being and how we define ourselves in what we do and how we live. And that isn't a matter, and no politician can take that from somebody, and no politician can create it either. So what we're seeking to do here is to recognise those historical bounds, those historical traditions, those histories that created all of us. You don't own Monmouthshire, and neither do I. We both share that history, and we both share that identity. And, you know, I recognise the validity of the points that you're raising, and I recognise the points that you make in terms of the structures that we've described in this Green Paper. But what I would really value from you isn't a critique of that, but an alternative to it and a proposal to build upon it. You recognise, and I recognise, that what we can't do today is carry on doing what we've done in the past. And that means that we do need to think hard about these matters. We need to think hard about the people who deliver our services. We need to think hard about how we hardwire democratic accountability. And we need to think hard about the sorts of structures to whom we can devolve powers, and we can devolve and empower new opportunities for local government to see a renaissance of local government in Wales, and to ensure that local government in the future doesn't just have the powers, but the ability to deliver on those powers.
Thank you. And finally, with just a question, Mark Isherwood.
Thank you. Well, we've heard much of your general thrust, including your acknowledgement that we need devolution of powers within Wales, which is precisely what the North Wales Economic Ambition Board is calling for in its growth bid. Could I suggest an alternative model might be the collaborative regional approach developed in North Wales by the North Wales Economic Ambition Board, working together in strategy, prioritisation and increasingly in the future delivery, where we know the evidence from mergers in all the sectors is that big is not always more beautiful, cost-effective or efficient.
Yes, I am happy to pursue that dialogue and that conversation. As I said, this is the beginning of the process and not the end of the process. And what we're seeking to do today is to stimulate exactly that conversation. I've spoken to all the local government leaders in North Wales, and I've spoken to them at length about how they work together, and I've tried to speak to them about how we deliver public services across North Wales. And, you know, there are different views across those 6 authorities, but there is an absolute commitment to working together, and I accept that. I don't question it. I value that, and I'm grateful to them for that. What we need to be able to ensure in regional working is that we have the building blocks in order to empower regional working. that we have the building blocks in order to deliver the strategic thinking, the strategic ability to deploy resources in order to have that maximum impact. How we do that will be different in different parts of Wales, and I hope that we can have that rich debate in North Wales about how all of our communities can feel empowered and can feel that they can hold politicians, both here and locally, to account.
Diolch. Yr item nesaf, rheoliadau safonau Gymraeg rhif 7, 2013 a 15, a'n galwa fel y weinydd y Cymraeg a dysgu gydol oes i'r wneud y cynnig. Eleni Morgan.
Diolch, mae'n bleser mawr cael agor y drafodaeth hon ar reoliadau safonau'r Gymraeg rhif 7 2018. Mae'r reoliadau yn caniatáu'r Comisiynydd y Gymraeg i osod safonau ar fyrddau iechyd, ymddiriodolaethau iechyd, a y Cynghorau Iechyd Cymunedol a Bwrdd Cynghorau Iechyd Cymuned Cymru. Mae'n gyrff sy'n darparu gwasanaethau hanfodol i'r cyhoedd ac yn un o brif gyflogwyr Cymru. Bydd y safonau hyn yn adeiladu ar mwyn y geiriau fframwaith strategol Llywodraeth Cymru ar gyfer gwasanaethau Cymraeg mewn iechyd, gwasanaethau cymdeithasol a gofal cymdeithasol. A mae'r fframwaith yn cyflwyno'r egwyddor o'r cynnig rhagweithiol bod rhywun yn cael cynnig gwasanaeth Cymraeg heb orfod gofyn amdano. Mae mwy na geiriau yn cydnabod bod gofal a iaith yn mynd law yn llaw a phwysigrwydd sicrhau urddas a pharch i siaradwyr Cymraeg. Mae'n fwy na chydymffurfio a gofynion cyfreithiol a chynnal safonau proffesiynol yn unig. Mae'n ymwneud â darparu gwasanaethau cyhoeddus da sy'n canolbwyntio ar yr unigolyn. Mae'r rheoliadau yn adeiladu ar y seiliau cryf mae'r cynlluniau iaith a mwyn y geiriau wedi creu o fewn y sector. A peth pwysicaf am y polisi o greu safonau a'i ymestyn i gyrff newydd yw i fod yn sicrhau bod mwy o gyrff yn cynnig gwasanaethau Cymraeg i'w defnyddwyr ac i'w staff. Ond mae llawer o waith adeiladu capacity i'w wneud, ac mae'r safonau hyn yn adlewyrchu hynny. Mae pawb yn defnyddio gwasanaethau iechyd ar ryw adeg neu gilydd, felly rwy'n falch i fedru cyflwyno y rheoliadau yma sydd â photensial i wella profiad siaradwyr Cymraeg wrth ddefnyddio'r gwasanaethau hynny. Wrth baratoi'r rheoliadau, ni wedi bod yn ymwybodol bod rhai o'r cyrff yn rhedeg gwasanaethau 4 awr ar 20 bob diwrnod o'r flwyddyn. A dwi hefyd wedi ystyried yr ystod eang o wasanaethau maen nhw'n gynnig mewn amrywiaeth o leoliadau, o'r arferol i lawdriniaeth y galon, o afel brys i ofal diwedd oes. A mae sicrhau bod y Gymraeg yn ganolog i'r holl wasanaethau yma yn heriol, a mae yna ddealltwriaeth fydd i ddim yn digwydd dros nos. Ond mwyn llwyddo, bydd angen i'r cyrff newid i dulliau o weithio, a byddwn yn sicrhau bod y gefnogaeth ar gael i wella gwasanaethau Cymraeg. Nawr, wrth baratoi'r rheoliadau yma, dwi wedi gwrando ac ystyried ymatebion a dderbyniwyd i'r ymgynghoriad. A rwy'n derbyn fod yr amserlen wedi bod yn dyn i graffu arnynt, ond mae'n bwysig, dwi'n meddwl, bod ni'n symud ymlaen. A mae sawl ymgynghoriad wedi bod, a mae'n bryd, dwi'n meddwl, nawr i gychwyn ar y daith. Nawr, yn sgil y dystiolaeth derbyniwyd, dwi wedi diwygio rhai o'r safonau drafft, a ti'n credu bod y safonau yma yn cynorthwyo'r cyrff i gynllunio a chynyddu ei gallu i gynnig gwasanaethau cyfrwng Gymraeg. Y nod yn y pen draw yw fod pawb yn medru derbyn gwasanaethau yn yr iaith o'i dewis. Rhan o'r jigsaw yw'r rheoliadau hyn. Mwyn gwireddu'r nod o fwy o wasanaethau cyfrwng Cymraeg, mae'n gwneud synwyr i gefnogi'r rheoliadau hyn. Fydd yn gosod seilwaith i weithredu gyda ymyrieithau eraill mwyn adeiladu'r capacity yn y sector i gynnig gwasanaethau yn y Gymraeg. Enghraifft, trwy'r prosiect Cymraeg Byd Busnes, mae swyddogion yn gweithio gyda busnesau i gynyddu ei defnydd o'r Gymraeg. ac mi fyddwn yn rhedeg prosiect peilot gyda rhai clysterau meddygon teulu yn ardaloedd byrddau iechyd Hywel Dda ac Aneurin Bevan i gynyddu ei defnydd o'r Gymraeg. Hefyd, fydd yna toolkit yn cael ei datblygu ar gyfer darparwyr gofal sylfaenol annibynnol yn cynnwys cyngor ar sut i weithredu yn ddwyieithog. Mae cynllun peilot newydd wedi ei lansio gan Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol mewn partneriaeth â Phrifysgolion Caerdydd ac Abertawe i gynyddu nifer o fyfyrwyr Cymraeg i iaith sy'n astudio meddygaeth. Mae dros 50 o ddisgyblion blwyddyn 12 wedi ymuno â'r peilot yma. A fe welais i enghraifft wych yn Ysgol Feddygol Caerdydd o ddarlith yn cael ei chyflwyno yn y Gymraeg i ddarlithfa llawn myfyrwyr a'r rhan fwyaf o'r rheini yn gwrando trwy glist ffonau. Nawr mae'r ganolfan dysgu Cymraeg Cenedlaethol yn datblygu cyrsiau sy'n benodol ar gyfer y sector iechyd. Mae'r rheoliadau sydd gerch bron yn rhan allweddol o'r jigsaw hwn fydd yn arwen at well gwasanaethau yn y sector iechyd dros amser.
Diolch. Galwaf ar y gadeirydd Pwllgor, Bethan Said.
Diolch, Dr Bwylywydd. Mae'r rheoliadau hyn yn amlwg yn rhan bwysig iawn o'r system safonu iaith Gymraeg a gyflwynwyd gan Fesur yr Iaith Gymraeg Cymru 2011. Cytunodd y Pwyllgor Diwylliant y Gymraeg a chyfathrebu ei bod yn bwysig craffu ar y rheoliadau yma mor ofalus a phosib gyda chyfle i rhanddeiliad gyflwyno tystiolaeth ysgrifenedig ac i'r Pwyllgor glywed tystiolaeth lafar. Yn yr amser cyfyngedig iawn oedd ar gael, roedd y Pwyllgor yn gallu gwahodd a derbyn ystod o dystiolaeth ysgrifenedig a hefyd i gwestiynu peth o'r dystiolaeth honno mewn cyfarfod gyhoeddus o'r Pwyllgor. Hoffwn gyfnodi diolchiadau'r Pwyllgor i bawb a gymerodd rhan yn ein hymgynghoriad a darparu tystiolaeth lafur a hynny ar fyrybydd. Cafodd y Pwyllgor sesiwn o frifio dechnegol preifat gan swyddogion Llywodraeth Cymru ym mis Mawrth a hoffwn hefyd cyfnodi diolchiadau'r Pwyllgor i swyddogion hynny. Mae'r holl dystiolaeth a gawsom wedi atodi un adroddiad neu wedi ei gyhoeddi yn ysgrifiad ein cyfarfod ar y 14 o Fawrth. Casgliadau'r Pwyllgor ac amser ar gael i graffu. Wel, dim ond 21 diwrnod cafodd ei caniatáu y tro hwn o rheoliadau yn cael ei gosod gerbon y cynulliad tan y ddadl hon. Bod hyn wedi caniatáu i ni gynnal ymgynghoriad ysgrifenedig sylfaenol iawn a threfnu rhywfaint o dystiolaeth lafar, prin yw hynny'n ddigonol mwyn craffu ar reoliadau môr arwyddocaol a'r rhain. Enghraifft, dim ond 5 diwrnod gwaith oedd ar gael i dderbyn ymatebion ysgrifenedig a dim ond 10 diwrnod gwaith rhwng gosod y rheoliadau a'r dyddiad olaf i'r Pwyllgor ystyried nhw. Oherwydd gofynion rheolau sefydlog a briffio'r Pwyllgor, roedd yr amser oedd yn wirioneddol ar gael rhywfaint yn llai na hyn. Nid yw'n ymddangos bod unrhyw reswm penodol pam na ellid fod wedi cynnal a ddadl hon yn nes ymlaen mwyn caniatáu amser ar gyfer craffu mwy cynhwysfawr. Y gallai hwn fod wedi achosi ychydig o oedi o ran y gwaith paratoi a'r weithredu'r rheoliadau, byddai wedi caniatáu un Pwyllgor ni ystyried y mater yma yn fanylach. Felly byddai'r Pwyllgor yn falch pe byddai'r Llywodraeth yn caniatáu mwy o amser i graffu ar reoliadau'r safonau'r Gymraeg yn y dyfodol. Gellid cyflawni hyn yn haws trwy ei gwneud yn glir yn y memorandwm esboniadol na fydd yn ceisio cymeradwyaeth o ran reoliadau tan fod cyfnod hwy na isafswm o 20 diwrnod wedi mynd heibio. Byddai 40 diwrnod yn caniatáu craffu resymol gan y Pwyllgor gan gynnwys pwyllgorau eraill sydd â ddiddordeb ac ni fyddai hynny'n achosi oedi gormodol o ran ei gweithredu. Cytunodd y Pwyllgor ei fod wedi cymryd yn rhy hir i ddod â'r rheoliadau hyn ger bron y cynulliad, rhyw 2 blynedd o'r dechrau i'r diwedd. Cytunom fod angen dybrid bellach i roi safonau Cymraeg cadarn ar waith ar gyfer y gwasanaeth iechyd. Ac ni chlywsom unrhyw dystiolaeth oedd yn nodi nad oes angen safonau mwyn symud darpariaeth y Gymraeg yn y gwasanaeth iechyd yn ei blaen. Fodd bynnag, clywodd y Pwyllgor bryderon sylweddol am agweddau o rheoliadau. Mewn sawl ffordd, y gwasanaeth iechyd yw'r gwasanaeth cyhoeddus pwysicaf a bydd y rhan fwyaf o bobl yn ei ddefnyddio. Efallai mae'r pryder mwyaf y glywsom oedd diffyg unrhyw hawl i dderbyn gwasanaethau gofal iechyd clinigol wyneb yn Gymraeg. Wrth gwrs, am resymau ymarferol, ni all hawl i dderbyn y gwasanaeth hyn fod yn absolute. ond mae pwysigrwydd iaith mewn diagnosis a gofal yn glir iawn. Hefyd dylai'r hawl i dderbyn gwasanaeth yn eich dewis iaith fod yn egwyddor sefydliedig yn y sector gyhoeddus yng Nghymru, hyd yn oed os ceir a chlysuron pan fydd amgylchiadau ymarferol yn cytogi ar yr hyn y gellir ei ddarparu. Nid yw'r syniad na ddylai'r egwyddor sylfaenol hon hefyd fod yn gymwys i'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn ein barn ni yn dderbyniol. Felly, rydym am i'r Llywodraeth ystyried cyflwyno rheoliadau ychwanegol cyn gyntyd o bum modd bod yn ymarferol posib i sefydlu hawliau cliriach i dderbyn gwasanaethau gofal iechyd wyneb yn wyneb yn y Gymraeg. Gwasanaethau gofal sylfaenol yw'r rhai sy'n cael ei ddefnyddio amlaf gan y cyhoedd, a'r prif faes pryder arall am y rheoliadau yw nad yw'r mwyafrif ohonynt yn gymwys i ddarparwyr gwasanaethau gofal sylfaenol. Unwaith eto, mae'r Pwyllgor yn cydnabod y problemau ymarferol, ond mae absenoldeb unrhyw safonau o gwbl ar gyfer darparwyr gofal sylfaenol annibynnol yn wendid clir yn ein tyb ni. Nid ydym yn argyhoeddiedig ei bod yn afresymol gosod dyletswyddau ar fyddai iechyd lleol i sicrhau bod darparwyr gofal sylfaenol annibynnol yn cydymffurfio â safonau. Fi'n credu taw datganiad yw e.
Yeah, go on. You want an intervention? Yes, you can do.
I thought it was a statement. Yeah, sorry.
Na, mae'n ddadl. Mae'n ddadl nawr, ie. Y pwynt o'n i jyst eisiau codi, a wy'n gwybod bod y Pwyllgor ddim wedi cael lot o amser i edrych ar hyn, ond mae yna darpariaeth benodol yn y mesur ar gyfer y hyn mae'r Cadeirydd y Pwyllgor newydd amlinellu. Mae modd i'r Llywodraeth benodi drwy reoliadau, drwy deddfwriaeth, unrhyw un i ddod o dan y mesur sydd yn derbyn mwy na 400,000 y flwyddyn o arian cyhoeddus. Mae'r rhan fwyaf, dim pob un, mae'r rhan fwyaf am meddwyr gofal sylfaenol yn derbyn y swm yma, a felly yn gallu cael ei cynnwys gan y mesur yma. Oedd unrhyw ystyriaeth yn y Pwyllgor neu gan y gweinidog o pam nag yn wedi iwsod y ffordd yma?
Wnaethon ni ofyn i bobl wedi dod gebron ynglyn â'r syniad hynny, ond ni ddim wedi cael digon o amser i sgrwtineiddio yn effeithlon, ond fi'n credu bod hwnna'n rhywbeth dyn ni wedi codi fel rhywbeth gallu'r cael ei ystyried. Just i, mae gen i tym bach o amser ar ôl. Mater i Llywodraeth y cyflwyno safonau gellir y gymhwyson synhwyrol i ofal sylfaenol ac i rymuso a chefnogi byrddau iechyd lleol i helpu darparwyr gwasanaethau gofal sylfaenol i cydymffurfio safonau a datblygu gwasanaethau. Mewn gwirionedd, mae'r Llywodraeth wedi dweud ei bod yn bwriadu gosod nifer bach o ddyletswyddau Cymraeg gan ddefnyddio'r contract gofal sylfaenol, ond fel sydd wedi cael ei ddweud yn barod, mae yna modd gwneud hyn yn ehangach, ac nid yw'n glir i ni pam na ellir nodi'r dyletswyddau penodol a osodir mewn contractau mewn safonau ar gyfer byrddau iechyd lleol, a fyddai'n creu llwybr ar gyfer cwynion i'r Comisiynydd Cymraeg a mwy o dryloyder. O dan y system sydd yn cael ei penodi gan y gweinidog yn ôl beth dwi'n deall, ni fydd y Comisiynydd yn ymatebol i unrhyw gwynion neu unrhyw faterion yn ei gylch. Felly daeth y Pwyllgor i'r casgliad y dylai Llywodraeth gyflwyno rheoliadau diwygiedig gyda safonau cliriach ar gyfer datblygu gwasanaethau Cymraeg yn y sector gofal sylfaenol. Yn olaf, a sori am rhedeg dros amser, thema sy'n rhedeg drwy'r tystiolaeth y glywsom oedd yr angen i wella recrwtio a sgiliau perthnasol staff sy'n siarad Cymraeg yn y gwasanaeth iechyd. A dyn ni yn cytuno fod hyn yn fater o bryder. Mae'n bwysig bod Llywodraeth Cymru yn gwneud yn siŵr bod y polisi ehangach hyn yn cael ei sicrhau yn gyflym a gyda uchelgais i helpu i fynd i'r afal a rhai o'r materion ymarferol a mae tystion wedi tynnu sylw atynt. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch. Susan Davies.
Diolch, Plywydd. Mae rhaid i fi gyfadda, mae hwn wedi bod yn benderfyniad anodd, rhaid i fi weid hynny. Ar y naill llaw mae dyn ni system o hawliau rydym yn ceisio ymestyn, ac ar y llaw arall mae dyn ni sector sydd ddim yn barod ar gyfer hawliau ystyrlon, sef cyfathrebu wyneb yn wyneb a darpariaeth yn y sector gofal sylfaenol. Mae safonau fel y yn cynnwys gwahaniaethau anffodus rhwng cleifion sy'n mynychu meddygfa a gynhelir gan yr awdurdodau iechyd ac y rhai sy'n mynd i feddygfa annibynnol. A maen nhw'n cynnwys gwahaniaethau anffodus rhwng cleifion mewnol a cleifion allanol. Serch bod ymgynghoriad eang ar fersiwn drafft y rheoliadau wedi digwydd, ni chafodd y fersiwn derfynol gyfnod hir o ymgynghori ac mae'n cynnwys nifer fach o newidiadau o bwys. Doedd yr ymatebion i'r ymgynghoriad byr o'r un farn chwaith. Yn gyffredinol, mae safona fel na mai yn glir ac yn gallu cael ei gymwyso'n resymol ac yn gyfatebol mewn ardaloedd gwahanol Cymru, ond rydym yn methu anwybyddu'r anghysondeb cynhenid am byth. Serch hynny, mae'n rhaid ystyried y resymau pam mae'r gwendidau hyn yn ymddangos. Ac yn flaenorol, rwy wedi gweud fan hyn yn y cynulliad fod safonau heriol yn gallu gwthio cynghorau ystyfnig i gymryd camau enghraifft, ac ar gyfer rhannau mawr o'r gwasanaeth iechyd wedwn yr un peth. Roedden yn gwybod fod safonau ar y ffordd ers 2010 y dylent wedi bod yn paratoi ar eu cyfer, ac yn sicr gallu'n rhan fwyaf o'r safona fel y maint wedi ei rhagweld. A dyna pam hoffwn ni bwrw ymlaen gyda nhw nawr. Gallwn ni ystyried pam nad yw'r rhai y safonau wedi eu cynnwys pan o safbwynt hawliau efallai y dylent fod. A be dwi i'n gweld yw pam ydy'n anodd i recrwtio ymarferwyr meddygol o safon perthnasol, pam ydy hwn yn mwy anodd na recrwtio staff i'r cyngor, achos dyna beth sydd wedi bod yn digwydd yn ymffodus. Gyda cynllaiad o ymarferwyr meddygol allweddol perthnasol sy'n siarad Cymraeg yng Nghymru, bydde hawl i ymgynghori trwy gyfrwng Gymraeg ar hyn o bryd na ellir ei orfodi, ac felly ni ddylid i eirio fel hawl. Yn wahanol i awdurdod lleol, mae'n garfan o feddygon o meddygon dan hyfforddiant ond dod o bob gornel y byd, yn sa'n gweld hyn fel cwestiwn o wasanaeth iechyd yn anwybyddu i'w sgiliau'r gweithlu meddygol. Mae'n gwestiwn o sicrhau gweithlu o gwbl pa bynnag iaith a maen nhw'n siarad. Ond ni fyddwn yn derbyn y reswm hwn am byth. Weinidog byddwn yn plodleisio dros eiriadau heddiw achos mae angen rhywbeth ar ôl cymaint o amser ac mae dros 100 o safonau a gellir a cymhwyso ar unwaith. Ond byddwn yn eich cadw at safon 110 a byddwn yn disgwyl i hyn fod yn gam tuag at y set newydd o unrhyw set newydd o safonau maes o law rhan nesaf o'r jigsaw fel y wedwch chi. Rydyn ni'n cydnabod bod recrwtio'n parhau i fod yn broblem, mae'n bosib y bydd sicrhau hawliau i ymgynghoriadau wyneb yn wyneb dros pob disgyblaeth yn dal i fod yn anodd, ond byddwn yn disgwyl iddynt cael eu cyflwyno mewn maisydd allweddol megis dementia, iechyd meddwl, plant ac awtistiaeth o leiaf fel canlyniad safon i 110. A cyn os mae'n bosib, cyn mae 5 mlynedd sy'n hyd tu fewn i'r safon yna yn dod i ben. Felly, dyna pam o'n i'n fodlon i arwyddo adroddiad y pwyllgar, achos wy'n o'r farn bod hi'n bosib i wneud rhywbeth cyn y 5 mlynedd os bosib, sef cyn gyntig pan mae'n amarferol. Does dim angen i ni aros am 5 mlynedd os mae'n y siawns i wneud rhywbeth cyn hynny. Diolch.
Siôn Gwenlli.
Diolch i'r Cyflywydd. Mae'n siomedig fod y Llywodraeth yn benderfynol o fwrw mlaen i gynnal pleidlais heddiw ar y safona pwysig sydd i'w pennu mewn perthynas â'r Gymraeg yn y maes iechyd, sef rheoliadau safona'r Gymraeg rhif 7. Mae Plaid Cymru yn credu y dylid gohirio'r penderfyniad mwyn rhoi cyfle i'r Llywodraeth ychwanegu at y safona sydd gebron heddiw. Mae Pwyllgor Trawsbleidiol y Gymraeg, Diwylliant a Chyfathrebu wedi deud y dyla'r Llywodraeth ystyried rhoi mwy o amser i'r Pwyllgor gael mwy o gyfle i graffu'r safona, ac mae'r Pwyllgor hefyd yn dod i gasgliad y dylid cyflwyno safona ychwanegol. Fel mae pethau'n sefyll, mae'r safona yn gwbl anigonol a diffygiol. Gan y bydd na bleidlais heddiw, does ganno ni yn Rhengoedd Plaid Cymru ddim dewis ond pleidleisio yn erbyn y safona gwan yma. Dydy'r safona sydd ger bron ddim yn gosod unrhyw safon sy'n cydnabod yr angen am wasanaethau wynab yn wynab drwy'r Gymraeg yn ein hysbytau. A dydyn nhw chwaith ddim yn gosod safona ar gyfer y mwyafrif helaeth o ddarparwyr gofal sylfaenol, sef y prif gysylltiad rhwng trigolion a'r byd iechyd. Mae cael cysylltiad wynab yn wynab yn eich mamiaeth i drafod agwedda o'ch gofal iechyd yn gwbl angenrheidiol i ansawdd y gwasanaeth hwnnw. Yn arbennig felly, os ydych chi'n blentyn bach sydd heb gaffael yr iaith Saesneg eto, neu os ydych chi'n diodda problemau cof megis dementia sy'n golygu mae yn eich mamiaeth yn unig y byddwch yn cyfathrebu, neu os ydych chi'n diodda salwch meddwl, ac am drin emosiynau dyrus mewn ffordd ystyrlon. Mae ansawdd y gofal ac mewn rhai achosion, diogelwch y claf yn cael ei gyfaddawdu os oes na broblema cyfathrebu. Mae'r angen hwnnw yn cael ei gydnabod yn gwbl glir yn strategaeth arloesol Llywodraeth Cymru mwy na geiriau, ond yn anffodus dydy ysbryd y strategaeth honno ddim yn cael ei hadlewyrchu yn y safona gwan sydd ger bron heddiw. Ac awn ni oedi am funud i ystyried beth yn union yw safona. Mae Mesur y Gymraeg 2011 yn galluogi gweinidogion Cymru i bennu safona, sef dull o bennu safona ymddygiad mewn perthynas â'r Gymraeg. Yn achos y sector iechyd, mae yna 114 safon yn cael eu pennu, yn ymwneud yn bennaf ag ohebiaeth, galwada ffôn, cyfarfodydd staff, arwyddion, cyfalwadau swyddi, llunio polisi ac yn y blaen. Ond, does dim disgwyl i gorff iechyd neidio yn syth i gyflawni hynny dros nos. Mae proses ble bydd Comisiynydd y Gymraeg yn cyflwyno hysbysiad cydymffurfio ar y corff dan sylw. Ond, ac mae hwn yn ond pwysig, nid oes rheidrwydd ar y Comisiynydd i gwneud un o ddynol i bob corff gydymffurfio a phob safon. Yn hytrach, rhestr yw'r safona, bwydlen os liciwch chi, ac os yw un amlwg yn gwbl anymarferol i gorff weithredu yn unol ac unrhyw un o'r safona, yno does dim rhaid i'r safon penodol yna fod yn yr hysbysiad cydymffurfiol. Does dim rhaid chwaith i'r safona fod yn weithredol yn syth. Mae hyblygrwydd mawr yn y system yn galluogi'r Comisiynydd i osod diwrnod gosod i'r dyfodol. Be sy'n cael ei anghofio fel rhan o'r drafodaeth yma i gyd yw llais y claf. Prin iawn yw'r sôn am hawliau cleifion mewn ysbyty. Mae yna un safon o blith y rhain yn sôn am yr angen i gofnodi dymuniad i siarad Cymraeg, ond ar ôl gwneud hynna, diolch yn sôn am be wneud efo'r wybodaeth. Ac wedyn mae yna safon arall yn sôn am gyhoeddi cynlluniau 5 mlynedd am y cama sy'n bwriadu cael eu cymryd i gynyddu'r gallu i gynnal ymgynghoriad clinigol yn y Gymraeg. Ond eto, does na ddim safon penodol sydd yn gosod yr hawl i wasanaeth Cymraeg, ac felly mae hyd yn oed y safon 5 mlynedd yn mynd yn ddiystyr oherwydd nad ydy'r safon yna ddim yna yn cael ei diffinio yn glir fel rhan o'r rheoliadau yma. Does na ddim cyfeiriad o gwbl at osod safona yn y sector gofal sylfaenol annibynnol sydd yn wendid amlwg. Fy nadl i ydy y dyla'r safona osod hawliau am wasanaeth wyneb yn wyneb yn y Gymraeg. Hawliau clir. Wrth gwrs, fa na heria mawr, da ni gyd yn gwybod hynny, ond mae yna newid ar droed wrth i fwy a fwy o nyrsys a doctoriaid dderbyn eu hyfforddiant drwy'r Gymraeg. Mae angen ymatab yn greadigol i'r heria sydd yn wynebu y gwasanaeth iechyd. Mae modd ychwanegu at y safona yma, heb achosi problemau mawr. A bydda Plaid Cymru mewn llywodraeth yn troi pob carreg i ganfod yr atebion creadigol, a bydda Plaid Cymru mewn llywodraeth efo'r ewyllus gwleidyddol cadarn i fyny fod anghenion siaradwyr Cymraeg yn cael eu cyfarch yn llawn.
Neil Hamilton.
It's easy to see these regulations wrongly as a part of our policy on culture. It's actually a health measure that we're talking about today. And we will be supporting the regulations on the basis that half a loaf is better than no bread. I heard the eloquent plea by Sian Gwenllian today as to go further, and I very much sympathised with it. It won't please them to know, but Cymdeithas Iaith have produced some written evidence with which I very largely agree. And they say that they recommend a specific stand should be added confirming the rights of both inpatients and outpatients to receive clinical consultation, treatment and care through the medium of Welsh. And Sian Gwenllian has explained why this is very necessary for the very young, for perhaps the very old and perhaps not so old, who unfortunately suffer from dementia or related conditions, and where the ability to attend a consultation through the language in which you can best express yourself is going to be the language through which you may best be diagnosed and therefore treated. That's a vitally important issue which needs to be properly recognised. I fully understand the reasons why the Minister has not felt able to go so far, but I do think that Sian Gwenllian made a good point when she referred to the degree of flexibility which exists within the scheme which has been set up by the 2011 measure. I do believe that there should be an aim set in legislation for the right to receive face-to-face treatment or diagnosis through the language of your choice. And the explanatory memorandum to these regulations does explain why this would not necessarily come into conflict with the obvious practical difficulties that we have not having enough professionals able to deal with patients through the medium of Welsh. And the evidence that we received from the BMA is also an interesting point to add to that we mustn't have the Welsh language being perceived outside Wales as an impediment to the recruitment of professionals within Wales. And I do believe that that is an important point which we must always bear in mind. But the explanatory memorandum to these regulations explains, I think, quite clearly that the scheme which the Commissioner is obliged to implement gives her at the moment at any rate, the power to be flexible, as Sian Gwenllian said. The Commissioner may require a body to comply with one standard in some circumstances and another standard in different circumstances. The Commissioner can require the body to comply with the standard in some circumstances and not others, or require it to comply with the standard only in some areas. And similarly, where there are two or more standards relating to specific conduct, the Commissioner may require a body to comply with one of those standards only, with different standards at different times, in different circumstances or in different areas. I think that's a fully comprehensive possibility of introducing flexibility into the scheme. So I do hope that although we'll support these regulations today, and I know for a fact that the Minister would like to go further and is only inhibited by what she sees as practical difficulties at the current time, that within a relatively short time we will be able to go further and towards the realisation of this objective, because I do believe that it's important for people to have the assurance that they can use the health service in a way which is best for them. It is a national health service, and that includes obviously Welsh speakers and indeed Welsh monoglot speakers for that matter, as well as for everybody else. And so I think it's important for reasons of inclusivity. It's important for reasons, as we all know, of achieving by the 2050, if we can, 1 million Welsh speakers. But it's more important, I think, that we see this as a measure which is going to provide the best possible health service for everybody in our country.
Well, I rather agree with Neil Hamilton on this, in that it's really important that whatever measures we're introducing, we cannot afford to give the impression that that only those who speak Welsh can be working in the Welsh NHS, because that would be a very dangerous path to travel. I welcome the measure, a long time in gestation, but now we need to give birth to this baby, and therefore I will be voting in favour of the measure. We have to recognise that I absolutely agree with Sian Gwenllian that in some cases it isn't just a quality issue, it can be a safety issue. If a child is a Welsh speaker and needs to express how they're feeling about the pain or where it is, the quality of the consultation is going to be reliant on being able to understand what that child has to say. So this is a really important issue in areas where children are being brought up as Welsh speakers. That also applies in relation to where we're discussing mental health issues or dementia is involved, where people maybe revert to being monoglot as a result of their dementia. But caution is required in the speed with which we introduce this measure, simply because many of the services, certainly in my area of Cardiff and the Vale, are dependent not just on attracting people from other parts of Britain, but on attracting European clinicians who, for whom we have to make sure that they speak sufficiently good English, never mind Welsh, and it's extremely unlikely they're going to speak Welsh if they're coming from other countries. So I absolutely support the right and the duty on us to make progress on ensuring that services offer people the choice between Welsh and English. But as with the movement to enable women to see women clinicians, particularly on women's health issues, where somebody's life is at risk, we're clearly not going to be proposing that somebody cannot see a doctor because a woman doctor isn't available. In emergency circumstances, we clearly have to go with the clinician that's in front of them. And so I support this measure, but I think we need to go cautiously in order not to artificially discourage people from coming to work in the Welsh NHS, when at the moment we are having considerable difficulty filling vacancies for people who speak either, never mind both, language.
Galwaf ar y weinidog i'r ymateb i ddadl.
Wel, diolch yn fawr, a diolch yn gyntaf i'r Pwyllgor am yr adroddiad. Dwi'n ymwybodol iawn bod chi ddim wedi cael lot o amser i edrych, ond ni wedi cydymffurfio gyda'r 21 diwrnod sydd fel arfer yn cael ei cydnabod. Ond dwi yn darbyn, falle bod falle llwn ni edrych ar ehangu hynny os mae hwnna wedi creu problem y tro yma, ond dyna'r ffordd mae wastad wedi cael ei wneud. Ond o ran y gwyddor, dwi'n meddwl gallwn ni edrych ar wneud hyn estyn yr amser yn y dyfodol. Mae'r cadeirydd Pwyllgor oedd hi'n iawn yn dweud bod hi wedi cymryd amser hir, wrth gwrs oedd yna ymgynghoriad oedd wedi mynd mlaen am amser hir. Mae'n wasanaeth sy'n eitha soffistigedig yn eitha eang, ac o'n i'n awyddus iawn i sicrhau bod ni'n cael ymateb wrth pob math o lefelau tu fewn i'r adran iechyd. Ond dyna pam ni'n awyddus i fwrw mlaen heddi. Nawr, mae'r mater yma o yr ymgynghoriad clinigol wyneb yn wyneb yn un eitha caled, achos yn rhannol y problemau ymarferol o unwaith chi'n sefydlu hawliau, ar ba bwynt ych chi'n gweud, wel, actually, mae rhaid i chi cael y triniaeth yma ar y foment yma, chi'n eisiau ambell waith i stopio'r broses yna o helpu'r claf trwy'r system. Felly mae rhaid i ni gael y balans yna'n iawn. A dyna pam beth ni wedi gweud yw bod ni eisiau dechrau byrddau iechyd ar y trywydd yma o sicrhau bod nhw'n gwybod yn y pendraw bydd angen yn nhw rhoi gwasanaeth, symud tuag at rhoi gwasanaeth clinigol i'r claf, a dyna pam ni wedi cyflwyno'r syniad yma o cynlluniau 5 mlynedd, a dyna pam mae rhaid i nhw ddangos i ni sut maen nhw'n mynd i ymateb, a bod nhw'n gallu newid o ran beth maen nhw eisiau gwneud yn ardaloedd hynny. Felly mae beth sy'n iawn ar gyfer rhan o Gwynedd falle'n hollol wahanol i beth sy'n iawn ar gyfer rhan arall o Betsi Cadwaladr. Felly bydd lle gyda nhw i ymateb i beth sy'n yn ddelfrydol yn lleol. O ran gofal sylfaenol,
ni clywed gan un aelod o'r Pwyllgor, Sian Gwenllian, oedd bod modd rhoi safon yn hynny o beth, a hyblygrwydd wedyn, sut byddai'r safon hynny yn cael ei gweithredu, felly gellir wedyn rhoi'r safon hynny ar enghraifft Gwynedd, lle bod falle Blaenau Gwent yn mynd i gyrraedd mwy o amser i ymwneud â hynny. Os nad oes na safon, wedyn mae'r goblygiad falle ddim yn mor gryf a heb y safon hynny mewn gweithredaeth.
Wel, beth dwi'n gobeithio fydd yn digwydd nawr bydd y comisiynydd yn siarad gyda'r gwasanaethau yma ac yn gweld beth sy'n ddelfrydol ac yn gwthio nhw yn yr ardaloedd lle mae hi falle meddwl gallwn ni gwthio pobl ymhellach. O ran gofal sylfaenol, wrth gwrs mae gofal fydd yn cael ei roi yn uniongyrchol gan y byrdau iechyd, bydd rhaid yn dod o dan y safonau. Ond mae yna mater ymarferol ynglyn â sut i ni'n cael pobl yn gofal sylfaenol sy'n annibynnol I weithredu'r safon hyn. A sut y'n ni'n cael nhw I gyd yn ffurfio, a beth yw'r system o Blaen Smona? Mae dros 2,500 o'r hein, sy'n capacity gyda'r Comisiynydd Iaith I fynd ar ôl cymaint a hynny o fudiadau. Felly, dwi'n meddwl bod yna fwy o synwyr I wneud hwn trwy y byrddau iechyd, a dyna pam mae yna gytundeb, oedd cytundeb wedi wneud, wedi dechrau ddoe, mae GPs wedi cael mwy o arian, ac rhan o'r cytundeb yna oedd bod nhw wedi ymrwymo I edrych mewn I roi fwy o wasanaethau trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg. Felly, ni wedi dechrau ar y trywydd yma, mae ffordd I fynd gyda'r cytundebau hynny. Ond mae plismona hefyd yn bwysig. Susie, mae'r balans hawliau yn bwysig. Dwi'n cytuno, mae fe'n rili anodd y maes yma o beth yw hawl chi. Ydy'r un hawl gyda chi yn Blaenau Gwent a sy'n yng Ngwynedd. Mae'n anodd iawn pryd mae'r system yma gyda ni sy'n edrych ar beth sy'n reasonable a proportionate. Felly, dwi yn meddwl bod y system sydd gyda ni yn eitha sophistigedig, ond mae yn gwneud sens I ymateb I beth sy'n angen yn lleol. Dwi'n meddwl bod rhaid I ni fod yn sensitif, Sian Gwenllian, i'r henoed ac I blant yn arbennig. A dwi yn gobeithio bydd falle pobl pan maen nhw'n dod ymlaen ar syniad yma ynglyn â cynlluniau 5 mlynedd, bydd nhw yn edrych ar rheini fel y pwynt cyntaf I sicrhau bod nhw'n symud tuag at rhoi cynnig clinigol I rheini yn gyntaf. Dwi yn gobeithio bydden nhw'n ystyried hynny. Ond dwi yn awyddus nawr y Comisiynydd I fwrw ymlaen gyda'r gwaith. Dwi yn deall bod recrwtio yn gallu bod yn broblem yn yr adran iechyd, a dyn ni ddim eisiau rhoi unrhyw negeseuon allan hynny bod pobl sydd ddim yn siarad Cymraeg ddim yn cael eu croesawu yng Nghymru. Mae'n rili bwysig bod ni'n cael y neges sensitif yma yn gywydd fel oedd Neil Hamilton yn gweud.
Ar y pwynt yna.
Well, the Minister's out of time, but very briefly then.
Wel, dim ond ar y pwynt yna, achos gysyn ni dystiolaeth o ffordd mae darpar myfyrwyr meddygol yn cael ei recrwtio yn ysgolion meddygol ni yng Nghymru, o'r ddwy sydd gyda ni, bod yna ganran isel iawn yn dod o Gymru yn y lle cyntaf, ac os yna ddim pwysau'n cael ei roi, os da chi'n siarad Cymraeg a'i peidio ar hyn o bryd, dyna pam y pwysau cynyddol I gael ysgol feddygol yn Mangor, os yna'n gobeithio, os yna'n gallu gwyrdroi y math yno o bethau.
Ond eto mae'r Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol yn gwneud lot o waith yn y maes yma'n barod, felly mae lot o waith eisoes yn cael ei wneud. Felly, allan nhw'n deallyried y pethau eraill sy'n digwydd, dim ond y safonau yw rhain, a dwi'n gobeithio pan nes I siarad yn cyflwyniad agoriadol, bod rhaid I ni edrych ar y safonau yma mewn cyd-destun sy'n lot yn ehangach. Ond dwi yn gobeithio nawr, allwn ni fwrw ymlaen gyda hyn, dwi yn meddwl bod angen I ni ofyn i'r Comisiynydd I ddechrau ar y gwaith yma, a dwi yn hyderus bydd yr ystyriaeth a bydd y gwasanaeth bydd ar gael ar gyfer pobl yn y dyfodol yn gwella fel canlyniad i'r safonau hyn.
Diolch. Cwestiwn yw a dilyd derbyn y cynnig. Ar oes unrhyw aelod yn wrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais ar yr item hon tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. We now move to item 5 on our agenda, which is the Welsh Revenue Authority Powers to Investigate Criminal Offences Regulations 2018. And I call on the Leader of the House to move that motion, Julie James.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Welsh Government carried out a consultation last year about whether the Welsh Revenue Authority should have access to some of the same criminal powers as HMRC. The consultation, which closed on October the 2nd, focused on those powers to deter and investigate devolved tax crime, powers which are consistent to those used by HMRC in England for the taxes it is responsible for. 17 responses were received, including contributions from the National Crime Agency and from Natural Resources Wales. Overall, there was support for the Welsh Revenue Authority to exercise powers of entry, search and seizure, subject to obtaining a warrant, exercise certain powers into the Proceeds of Crime Act via accredited financial investigators, and to carry out and authorise the use of covert and directed surveillance in accordance with the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act. Following the consultation, a draft of the Welsh Revenue Authority Powers to Investigate Criminal Offences Regulations 2018 was laid before the Assembly on the 21st of February. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am today seeking the Assembly's support for these regulations. On the 21st of February, the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 references to Welsh Revenue Authority Financial Investigations Order 2018 and the Regulation of Investigatory Powers, Directed Surveillance and Covert Human Intelligence Sources Amendment Wales Order 2018 were laid under the negative procedure. These complete the package of investigatory powers to which WRA will have access. Deputy Presiding Officer, I would like to highlight some points raised during the consultation and explain how we have responded. There was a mixed response to the proposal not to provide the Welsh Revenue Authority with powers of arrest and detention, and some respondents expressed concern that the absence of these powers might prevent the WRA from interviewing suspects during an investigation. Some respondents also felt it might be appropriate for the WRA to have a general power to stop and search individuals suspected of devolved tax crime. However, given the small number of devolved tax offences expected to be investigated each year, we do not believe it is currently proportionate for the WRA to have access to arrest and detention powers, nor do we believe that it is necessary for the WRA to have access to a general stop and search power. The absence of these powers will also not prevent the WRA from working alongside police forces where necessary or requesting suspects voluntarily to attend an interview. I would like to record my thanks to the Finance Committee and the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee for their work considering the regulations and orders.
Call on the Chair of the Finance Committee, Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Deputy Lywydd. Jyst i ategu bod y Pwyllgor Cyllid wedi ystyried y feoliadau sydd ger bon y cynulliad heddiw a hefyd y feoliadau a wnaeth dwy waith drefn negyddol sydd yn rhan o'r pecyn fel wedodd arweinydd y tŷ. Mae Pwyllgor Cyllid yn fodlon gyda'r grymoedd hyn yn cael ei foi i Awdurdod Cyllid Cymru, ond dwi'n credu bod e'n bwysig tynnu sylw cynulliad cyfan at y ffaith bod y grymoedd yma yn rai sylweddol iawn, maen nhw'n rai pwerus iawn, ac maen nhw yn caniatáu i'r Awdurdod Cyllid i fynd i mewn i eiddo ac i archwilio ymddygiad pobl. Wrth gwrs, mae gan y cyllid a llollau yma hydy grymoedd tebyg, a mae ond yn deg wrth datganoli trethu, bod ni hefyd yn datganoli grymoedd i ymwneud a unrhyw ymgais i dwyllio y cyllid y wlad yn y cydesyn yma, wrth gwrs, yw Cymru. Felly, bod ni'n cytuno a'r reoliadau, dyn ni hefyd jyst yn tynnu sylw cynulliad ar na'n adroddiad ni at y pwera eang, ond pwrpasol hyn.
Can I call the Chair of the Constitutional Legislative Affairs?
Thank you, Deputy Lywydd. As Cabinet Secretary has said, these regulations provide for various provisions of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984 and the Criminal Justice and Police Act 2001 to be applied to the investigation of offences conducted by the Welsh Revenue Authority, and they include obtaining entry to premises under specified circumstances and seizing relevant items. There were only really a few points that the committee wanted to raise. The regulations give substantial powers to the WRA, and we felt the explanation provided was reasonable, but that the instrument was worthy of reporting on grounds of being of legal or political importance or giving rise to issues of public policy that are likely to be of interest to the Assembly. And we decided at our meeting to include another point for reporting relating to an anomaly between the regulations and the explanatory memorandum. The explanatory memorandum states that the Revenue Authority must comply with statutory codes of practice made under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984, but our understanding is that they need only to have regard to the code and, in particular, the relevant parts of the code. There is an important difference between having to comply with something and having to have regard to it. In our report, we therefore said the Welsh Government should clarify the position and, if necessary, ensure that all the relevant documents related to the regulations are corrected accordingly.
Thank you. Nick Ramsey.
I concur with the sentiments of the previous speakers. I think it's clearly important that the Welsh Revenue Authority does have the same tools at its disposal as HMRC currently does. We are now in that transition phase to the implementation of the new taxes, and this is an important part of ensuring that the new tax regime is properly enforced. I'm happy to support the regulations.
Thank you. Can I call on the Leader of the House to reply?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Thank members very much for their contributions to this debate. No government should legislate to provide a public authority with criminal powers unless it is necessary and proportionate. The consultation proposed that the WRA should have access to some of the powers currently exercised by HMRC when investigating tax crime in Wales. These established powers are accompanied by a clearly defined set of safeguards to ensure they are used proportionately and appropriately. Having considered the responses to the consultation, we have concluded that the WRA should have access to some of the powers currently available to HMRC, and I therefore formally move the regulations. Diolch.
Thank you. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No, therefore the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. We'll now move to voting time. Unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I will now proceed to open the vote. Okay. So we go to vote on the Welsh Language Standards, number 7 regulations, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 43, no abstentions, 8 against. Therefore, the motion is agreed. We now move to statement by the Minister for Welsh Language and Lifelong Learning on the Employability Plan. And I call on Eluned Morgan to move the statement. Eluned.
Diolch, Lywyd. Mae'n dda gen I lansio y cynllun cyflogadwyedd heddiw, a gai ddechrau trwy diolch I fy nghyd aelodau am eu cyfraniadau nhw wrth ddatblygu'r cynllun, achos mae'r cynllun yma yn gynllun traws lywodraethol. Nawr, un o brif gyfrifoldeb y Llywodraeth yw addysgu, hyfforddi a pharatoi pobl ar gyfer byd gwaith. A mae cael gweithlu mwy o faint a mwy cynhwysol yn dda I hybu lefel y cynhyrchiant yn gwlad. Ond mae yna hefyd fanteision eraill I weithio. Mae cael gwaith yn codi pobl allan o dlodi, ac yn ôl yr athro Stephen Hawking, mae gwaith yn rhoi ystyr a phwrpas a gall bywyd bod yn wag hebddo. Our vision is to make Wales a full employment, high-tech, high-wage economy. We want more people joining or returning to the world of work. We want a more inclusive workforce with greater numbers of disabled people in work and a decrease in the gender pay gap, as well as the disability and BAME pay gaps. We need to prepare people for a changing world of work, ready to meet the opportunities of automation, digitalisation and decarbonisation. But we won't shy away from the challenges that this change brings either. There are predictions of significant job losses and disruption in the labour market. So we're preparing now by making sure our skills and training provision is closely linked to market requirements, that lifelong career development becomes standard practice, and that the needs of business can be heard and responded to quickly. Now, the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport will convene a task force on automation to consider the challenges and opportunities in this area, and I look forward to working with him to ensure that our workforce is prepared for the future. Now, with this plan, we offer a national framework which sets direction and standards. We've set a series of stretching and ambitious targets relating to unemployment, economic inactivity and skills levels, because we're determined to make real progress on these within the next decade. But I'm aware that this won't be easy. Economic inactivity and generational worklessness affects many communities in Wales. But our individual hand-holding support will help people to tackle their own personal barriers to employment. Under this national framework, there is room for flexibility at a local and regional level. Communities across Wales have different strengths and needs, and we'll work with partners at a regional level to bring together business, education and training providers, local government and the third sector, and ensure that they're working in coordination to meet the needs of the area. Now, gan adeiladu ar y cynllun gweithredu ar yr economi, ni'n dynodi ac yn hyrwyddo llwybrau cynnydd o ran gyrfa a chyfleoedd datblygu o fewn sectorau'r economi sylfaenol. Yn rhan o nod o gael miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn 2050, rydyn annog cyflogwyr hefyd i gydnabod sgiliau a chyfraniad gweithwyr Cymraeg eu iaith. Mae cydnabod Cymraeg fel sgil yn rhywbeth mae rhaid ni danlinellu. Our goal is to provide opportunities to create resilient individuals who have the skills, enthusiasm, drive and creativity to fulfil their potential, irrespective of ability, background, gender or ethnicity. This plan is a longer-term view of how we can deliver this vision, and we'll be taking actions in 4 key areas. First, we'll provide individualised support for those who need it. We'll create a new, more streamlined and efficient system of support to help people into work. And this will be responsive to an individual's needs, and it'll be easier to access and navigate for individuals and their advisors. Our new Employment Advice Gateway will operate a no wrong door approach and will be the first port of call for people who are not in work. Working Wales is our new employability programme, which will support people into work by removing barriers and raising skills levels. The programme will support unemployed, economically inactive and NEET individuals aged 16 and over to enter sustained employment, an apprenticeship or self-employment. Now, procurement details for Working Wales will be released at the end of this month. Secondly, we're asking employers to do more to support their workers. Upskilling the workforce is central to our goal of increasing productivity levels in Wales. Employers have a responsibility to upskill their workers, support their staff and provide fair work. And we're calling on employers to play their part in promoting healthy and inclusive workplaces and prioritising skills development so that those in employment can thrive in work. We encourage employers to work with unions and other social partners where possible to invest in the workforce and to plan for the long-term future of their companies and the future of their staff. Thirdly, we'll respond to local and national skills gaps. We'll set out a national framework to prioritise the areas where we see growth potential and skills gaps. And of particular importance are those areas identified as priorities in the Economic Action Plan, and those sectors most likely to be affected by Brexit. Working in partnership on a regional basis, we'll ensure that the supply of qualifications in HE, FE and work-based learning matches the needs of the local and regional businesses. And finally, we're preparing for a radical shift in the world of work. Wales must be ready for the future. As a nation, we'll prepare today to meet the skills requirements of tomorrow, so we can harness the full potential of emerging technological developments. We know that the pace and nature of technological change is increasing dramatically. The sectors which have traditionally driven our economy may decline, and new and emerging sectors will take their place. We're reforming our education system already to encourage ambitious, capable learners who can contribute creatively and enterprisingly to the world of work as informed and confident citizens. But we must also support the ageing workforce, who must be able to upskill and learn throughout their lives in order to thrive in employment. And to achieve this, we're scoping a pilot individual learning account scheme, which will provide funding for retraining in priority sectors. We also recognise the growth in self-employment and are working with partners to support these starting up in business. Now, we are, however, living in politically unstable times. We're clear about the task ahead and how we plan to act to increase employment and to make Wales a high-tech nation. But unforeseen events may knock us off course. This could include a significant economic hit as a result of a poor trade deal with the EU, or if the UK Government were to renege on its promise that Wales would not be financially worse off as a result of Brexit. Many of our employment programmes hitherto have been financed by the EU, and we will work closely on future funding arrangements with the UK Government. Mae'r cynllun yma yn cynnig y weledigaeth hirdymor a fframwaith cenedlaethol sydd ei hangen ar Gymru i helpu pobl i fyd gwaith heddiw, gan baratoi ar yr un pryd ar gyfer y newidiadau radical yn y dyfodol. Edrychaf ymlaen at weithio mewn partneriaeth gyda sefydliadau ledled Cymru i gyflwyno camau gweithredu sydd yn y cynllun yma.
Diolch. Mohammed Asghar.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I thank the Minister for her statement today. We all recognise the importance of education and training in providing people with the skills required by employers to gain decent and sustainable jobs for future. The Minister says the Welsh Government has set a series of stretching and ambitious targets relating to unemployment, economic activities and skill levels. Can I ask if the Minister will publish those targets and provide regular updates in this chamber on progress to meeting these targets within time scale and within at least 3 years of this term of this chamber? The Minister will be aware that businesses in Wales remain concerned that the money received from apprenticeship levy is not ring-fenced for skill training in Wales. In England, employers who pay the levy receive vouchers to spend on staff training, while smaller employers are also eligible for help. The CBI has said the ideal would be for a single system for using the apprenticeship levy across the United Kingdom. We are all, after all, a single economy and a single country. May I ask what consideration has the Welsh Government has given to introducing a voucher system in Wales? Businesses must have a big say in how the money is spent on skills and training to ensure we deliver the workforce that our economy needs in future. I welcome the Minister's assertion that we must make sure our skills and training provision is closely linked to market's requirements. Can the Minister outline how the Welsh Government intends to engage with the business sector to ensure this is achieved? The Minister commits to responding to the local and national skill gaps. Around a third of all apprenticeships currently involved in the health and social care sectors. We need to address skill shortages in areas like ICT, engineering and construction, as well as financial and professional services. The importance of this was recently highlighted by the announcement of Persimmon Homes that they were recruiting more than 700 construction workers, including bricklayers and carpenters in South Wales. So that's a great opportunity for the skill sector to seize this great opportunity. CITB Cymru has estimated that they will need over 5,000 people over a year to deliver their current aspiration over the next 5 years to allow contractors to employ and upskill the workforce it needs. Minister, what emphasis is the Welsh Government giving to providing skill training in this sector to ensure we have sufficient skilled Welsh workers in place to take full advantage of the opportunities in future and coming up, this also providing by these businesses? The Minister also says she will provide individualized support to those who need it. So, can I also ask that the subject of financial help with the living cost for apprentices, what do you think about that? There is a substantial evidence that financial barriers such as transport costs are discouraging and in some cases preventing young people from taking up apprentices. When will the Welsh Government be in position to respond to the Economy, Infrastructure and Skills Committee recommendation that the apprentices should get the same financial help with living costs as university students across the country? In conclusion, Deputy Presiding Officer. I also would like to ask Minister, the young, the disabled people, and the senior citizen, skill sector there is a bit lacking, and also our armed forces community in this country. So what is the government motive on that side, or steps she's taking to make sure they are not lacking behind? Disabled people, women, and pay gap, which area we just heard very recently. That I know that Mr. McEnroe is a great tennis player. His salary and Martina Navratilova, she only takes 10%, 15,000 and 150,000 gap in one of the medias in this country, paying to these people. Women, what I'm saying, there is a gap of wage in different areas in the private sector. I'm saying private. So is any motive in this government, the private sector should be encouraged to make gender balance in pay sector? That's my point is. It shouldn't be like that there's a big gap among the men and women in different, doing the same job, but the salary is not the same. I'll be grateful. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think some of the targets have been set out in the document, so you can be assured of the direction of travel there. I will be looking at producing more granularity. I think it's important that we look at the regional impact and what it looks like regionally. So we will be really monitoring this in a very coherent way, but we'll be doing it systematically over a long period of time. So I hope you'll hold me to account on that, because it'll be important for me to make sure that we are delivering. And one of the things we will be doing is making sure that we pull together all of the different large organisations who are working in this space. So we've already spoken to the DWP, so that we're not all chasing after the same people who may be economically inactive, that we're coordinating our efforts. The apprenticeship levy, well, wouldn't it have been lovely if the UK government had actually consulted with us before they introduced it? Because that is part of the problem. It was just imposed on us, and now we're having to work with the system we have. I'm not sure if I would be promoting the voucher system in England if I were you. There has been a massive collapse in the number of apprenticeships in England in recent months. So I'm not sure if that's a model we want to be following, but what we will not compromise on is quality of apprenticeships in Wales. On the construction sector, we've been doing a lot of work in this sector. The Qualifications Wales has been looking at this in detail. What is it that employers are looking for? What are the standards and qualities that they're looking for? And they've been working with FE institutions. But one of the things that we will be asking is that FE institutions will respond. We're asking them to respond to the regional skills partnership. So we've got all of these employers now telling us what they need. We now need to make sure that that is transferred and explained to the further education colleges, and that they then respond to that, so that we can provide those employers with the skills that they're looking for. And just finally, on the disabled people in particular, we've got a lot of work to do in this area. Only 49% of disabled people in Wales are in employment. We've got a lot of work to do here. It's really interesting when you ask people to help, employers to help, a lot of them are willing to do that. And there is a lot of support that the DWP can give as well. So we'll be doing a lot of more work in that particular area, I can assure you.
Thank you. Adam Price.
Diolch, Dwi'n credu bod rhaid cymeradwyo'r Llywodraeth o ran yr uchelgais sydd yn cael ei gosod yma, gyda'r targedau. Mae rai ohonyn nhw yn bellgyrraeddol iawn. Cair bwlch o ran sgiliau, o ran y gwahanol lefelau cymwyster rhwng Cymru a Deyrnas Gyfunol dros gyfnod y ddegawd. Mae hwnna yn uchelgeisiol. Ond, a gawn ni glywed, beth yw'r adnodd sydd yn cael ei glesnodi ar gyfer cwrdd ar rai o'r targedau yma? Dim ond ychydig o sôn am cynnydd mewn cyllid sydd yna ar gyfer raglenni, dweud y gwir. Felly, oedi'r gweinidog yn gallu rhoi syniad i ni o ran y buddsoddiad sydd yn sail i'r cynllun. All y gweinidog hefyd esbonio'r resymeg dros ail gyflwyno cyfrifon dysgu unigol. Hen bolisi, wrth gwrs, wedi cael ei ddiddymu gan Llywodraeth Cymru 7 mlynedd yn ôl, ddim yn cael ei weld fel llwyddiant mawr y dydygwyr. Yn Lloegr, wrth gwrs, wedi cael ei ddiddymu oherwydd wedi achosi un o'r dwyll ariannol mwyaf erioed. Felly, bydde deall y resymeg y Llywodraeth yn help fyna. O ran y sector dysgu oedolion yn y gymuned, oedd ragflaenydd y gweinidog wedi rhoi datganiad polisi nôl yn yr haf yn gaddo oherwydd mae'n sector sydd wedi gweld erydu y dydygwyr yn ei ariannu yn eitha dybryd dros gyfnod amser. Oedd wedi cael y ddewyd bod yna gyllido newydd, bod yna strwythur newydd a cynllun newydd, a di'r gweinidog yn gallu sôn am hwnna yn cyswllt yr cynllun mae wedi cyflwyno. O ran y ffocws yma ar dynesiad wedi teilwr at yr unigolyn, mae'n creu bod yna lawer o rinwedd yn hynny, ond a fydde hwnna'n gallu cael ymestyn yr enghraifft i dracio cynnydd unigolion ar ôl iddyn nhw gadael addysg ffurfiol enghraifft, math o waith tracio sydd wedi cael ei wneud yn llwyddiannus iawn yn Ceredigion, a cysylltu hwnna gyda un syniad, wrth gwrs, o sut i gau bylchau sgiliau Cymru, sef denu myfyrwyr yn ôl sydd wedi gadael Cymru wedi astudio yn Lloegr a ceisio denu nhw yn ôl fel mae'n plaid ni wedi bod yn pwysleisio ers talwm. Ac yn ola wedyn ni, oedd cyfeiriad at yr angen am sgiliau Cymraeg yn eich cyflwyniad chi. Wrth gwrs, ni wedi gweld tystiolaeth gan Comisiynydd y Gymraeg yn yr ffigwr arbennig o isel o ran prentisiaethau sydd yn cael ei cynnig yn gyfan trwy gyflwyno'r Gymraeg, 0.3% dwi'n credu oedd y ffigwr o Comisiynydd y Gymraeg yn cyflwyno. A allwn ni gael target ar gyfer darpariaeth yn sicr o ran y darpariaeth galwedigaethol sydd yn isel iawn yn y bryd ac o ran prentisiaethau fel fod yn gallu cyfrannu nid yn unig at y polisi o biliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg, ond hefyd galluogi siaradwyr Cymraeg i fedru cyrraedd eu potensial o ran i sgiliau nhw hefyd.
Minister?
Diolch yn fawr. Wel, gyntaf gyd, dwi'n falch bod chi'n cydnabod bod hwn yn uchelgeisiol, achos mae hi, ond dwi yn meddwl dylen ni fod yn uchelgeisiol. Dwi yn meddwl dylen ni fod yn glir ynglyn â ble ni eisiau cyrraedd. Dyn ni ddim yn mynd i wneud hwn dros dro, ond beth oedd yn rili bwysig i fi oedd bod ni'n hollol glir o ble o'n i eisiau cyrraedd a bod ni'n cael camau mewn lle mwyn cyrraedd y pwynt yna. Felly, sut sy'n ni'n mynd i gyrraedd y lefel yna? Wel, os ydych chi'n meddwl am rhywbeth fel cyrraedd lefel 4 o ran sgiliau, er enghraifft, dyn ni tua 50,000 o bobl tu ôl ble ddylen ni fod i gymharu gyda Lloegr. Wel, mae 100,000 o prentisiaethau gyda ni. Ac un o'r pethau ni'n neud yw treol gwthio pobl i fyny y llwybr sgiliau fel bod mwy o bobl yn neud prentisiaethau lefel 3, 4 a 5 a llai falle ar y lefelau isel. Felly, y lefelau isel, i ni yn cyrraedd mwy neu lai yr un targed a Lloegr. So mae eisiau ni gwthio'r pethau i fyny, a dyna beth i ni'n neud yn barod. So ni'n ar y trywydd iawn fi'n meddwl gyda hwnna. Gyda'r learning accounts, dwi'n ymwybodol bod hyn wedi cael ei wneud yn y gorffennol. Dwi yn meddwl bod rhaid i ni gael rhyw fath o ymateb ymarferol i'r ffaith bod automation yn mynd i ddigwydd a bod rhaid i ni gael rhywbeth i bobl sydd eisoes mewn gwaith. Sut ni'n mynd i sgilio nhw, rhoi sgiliau iddyn nhw, a rhoi cyfle iddyn nhw i symud ymlaen. Felly, mae pethau wedi newid. Bydd ddim arian yn newid dwylo yn y ffordd oedd hi yn y gorffennol. Mae pethau wedi digydeiddio, allwch wneud pethau wahanol. A dyna pam ni eisiau gweld treol peilot allan a gweld beth fydd yn bosib yn y maes yna. Cyn i ni weld os ddylen ni ehangu hynny dros Gymru gyfan. Ni'n aros am yr adroddiad ar adult learning ar beth ddylen ni wneud yn y maes yna, ond dwi'n ymwybodol iawn bod angen i ni wneud gwaith yn y maes yna. Wrth gwrs gobeithio bydd y learning accounts yma yn bwydo mewn i hynny. O ran tracio unigolyn, unigolion. Beth i ni'n neud fan hyn yw tracio unigolion sy'n ddi-waith. So gawn ni ddechrau fyna. Un o'r pethau dyn ni ddim yn mynd i wneud yw unwaith ni roi gwaith i nhw yw gadael nhw fynd. Achos ni'n gwybod yn arbennig gyda pobl sydd gyda lefelau isel yn mynd mewn y gwaith am y tro cyntaf, maen nhw tueddu cwmpo allan. Felly fyddwn ni'n tracio nhw o leia am 6 mis i sicrhau bod ni'n cadw nhw mewn gwaith a rhoi y cymorth iddyn nhw, achos dyna un o'r problemau yw allwn ni ddim jyst gadael iddyn nhw fynd foment maen nhw yn y gweithle. Mae rhai o'r bobl yma gyda anghenion eitha dyrys, a mae rhaid i ni fod yna iddyn nhw yn ystod y cyfnod yna. O ran prentisiaethau, mae fwy o prentisiaethau yn y Gymraeg, mae'r Urdd yn gwneud lot fawr ohonyn nhw, ond dwi yn meddwl fod hwn yn faes falle dylwn ni edrych mewn i felly gai ystyried os bod mae hwnna falle yn rhywbeth yna ni feddwl amdani.
Thank you. Lee Watters.
Thank you. I warmly welcome the ambition of the plan, and as the Minister acknowledged, it's important to have measurable steps so that we can track progress over time. So I have just 2 questions. I congratulate the Minister on publishing targets. I think it's important for accountability. I'm a little concerned that the targets aren't smart targets, and 4 of the 6 targets are in fact targets to set other targets. So would the Minister be willing to work with the Economy Committee to refine the targets to see if we can make them smarter? And secondly, on the issue of future skills, which you rightly indicated in your statement, we previously discussed here, but the digital skills are being provided to schools are not progressing at the pace they need to. You're right to say the Donaldson curriculum has the potential to do that, but the planned activity at the moment is far too modest. The Estin report recently showed that 2/3 of all primary schools have inadequate levels of digital skills being taught. So can you make sure that is understood and seized upon with government, and there's greater pace and scale put into behind that agenda to achieve the objectives of your plan? Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, on targets, I am very well aware that what we've got here is headline targets, and I'll be working with officials to make sure that we get much more focused targets and that we break them down so we're not just kind of crashing into it 10 years from now. We do need to make sure we have steps of progress. I think it is worth noting that actually we can't deliver all of this by ourselves. So if the economy suddenly goes into free fall, then that's going to have an impact on what we're able to do. So we just have to be sensitive. But, you know, the Department of Work and Pensions, they also have a huge responsibility to take action in this space. So working with them, making sure that we're not all going after the same people, I think is really important. But we know more or less how many people are interested, even those who are economically inactive, would like to go into the workplace. So we just need to kind of really break that down, not just on a Wales basis. We can do it on a regional basis, on a local authority basis. We can really start to make those inroads, I think, and give people responsibilities to deliver on those targets. On future skills, I think digital, I think that the Secretary of Education is very well aware, I think, of the importance of digital skills. It was absolutely central to Donaldson recommendations. I know that she's keeping a close eye on that. But, you know, I don't think we've taken our eye off that ball for 1 second, but there is a recognition that we absolutely need to master this if we are going to really punch our weight in the global economy.
Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you for your statement, Minister. I'd just like to pick up on a couple of points from the employability plan itself. Firstly, I welcome the creation of the Employment Advice Gateway. I think giving advice and support from someone with expertise in drawing out the skills and experience of a work seeker and who has the knowledge to guide a work seeker through the myriad courses and training that are on offer is absolutely vital. One question I would like to ask, though, is who is this going to be available to? Will it just be for NEETs and the unemployed, or will it be available to those in work who want to upskill? I'm very much hoping that you're going to say it's the latter, because we don't just need people to get people back into work, but to help people already in work to earn more and to keep more of their own money as well. A failure of some of the previous schemes to get unemployed people back into work is that they have tended to start to provide support some months into the period of unemployment. Obviously, the longer a person is unemployed, the harder it is for them to find employment. So it's therefore very important that this advice and support is available from day one. And if the Minister could clarify that for me, I would be very, very grateful for that. Turning to Working Wales, again, this programme has laudable aims, and I really do hope that this ambitious plan works in the way it's been intended. However, how are you going to ensure that placing people in education and training will not be used as a cover for unemployment figures and the government's failure to provide a business environment that's conducive to job creation? Improving employability has to work in tandem with encouraging investment from those SMEs upon which the majority of people in the UK depend on for employment. So it concerns me that you're looking at placing more obligations on employers. Now, encouraging employers to take care of the well-being and health of their employees is a perfectly reasonable and laudable request. And of course, employers are already obliged to ensure the health and safety of their employees and workers. However, Welsh Government needs to be really careful that placing obligations on employers doesn't have the unintended consequence of reducing the level of employment generally. Because obviously, the more expensive employing a person is made, the fewer people who will be employed. So, what cost-benefit analysis are you going to undertake to ensure that any new obligations you place on employers don't have the consequence of increasing employment costs and thereby reducing employment levels? Thank you.
Minister?
Just to be clear, the Employment Advice Gateway is targeted at unemployed and economically active people and needs, but Careers Wales is available for all, and it's the same organisation. So it's the advice and the possibility of going to Careers Wales for advice exists and is available for individuals currently. I think what's really important is that we really look at in-work poverty. So that's the really big problem that we have today, is in-work poverty. And you're absolutely right. We can't just leave it at people who are already unemployed. We've got to encourage people to upskill and to improve the kind of employment that they have so that they can get better wages and lift themselves out of that poverty. So that's what we're hoping will happen as a result of this programme. In terms of the focus on employers, I think we've got to underline, we're not doing this to punish them. We're doing this so that they can help themselves. If they invest in their own people, in their own workforce, then they are more likely to benefit. So what's clear is that if you look at management, for example, in Wales, there's a lot of work to do in some areas to improve people's skills in relation to management and all other areas. So getting them to improve the skills, abilities of their own workforces will improve their own productivity and improve, sometimes if they're a private sector employer, their profit margins. So we know that that is the case.
Thank you. Dawn Bowden.
Thank you, Deputy Providing Officer. And like others, can I thank you very much for bringing forward the statement. It deals clearly with a number of vital issues that are essential to the future of local economies across the whole country. But I'd like to raise two specific issues. One is very basic, practical, and not strictly in your portfolio. So if you just bear with me, because you do actually mention it in the plan, and that's about people being able to get to and from their training opportunities and work opportunities, because that's pretty fundamental, really. If you don't have your own transport and then reliable and no reliable local bus services, then that's clearly a hugely important element of any employability plan. Yet right now, for example, I'm dealing with complaints in my constituency of local bus services that are leaving communities isolated at those critical commuter times in the morning and in the evening. And the current system of bus regulation, or rather deregulation, which is, it allows this to happen, isn't good enough. So would you agree that if we don't tackle the issue of reliable public transport, then we are going to fail to support many of those who are attempting to get into training and work, and that there's a significant piece of cross-governmental work that needs to be done in terms of your plan and the need to provide reliable local public transport? And secondly, can I welcome the recognition in the plan of the value of the work that's carried out by the Wales Union Learning Fund, or through the Wales Union Learning Fund. And I'm sure you'll welcome the success that the programme has delivered in many of our workplaces, helping to develop employability and the essential skills of the workforce in a number of cases, actually providing people with the most basic literacy and numeracy skills that they actually left school without. And can I seek your assurance that this will continue to be a key feature of any employability plan?
Minister?
I think it's worth emphasising that this programme is a cross-government programme. So this has been negotiated and discussed across the whole of government. So that's why there are so many different factors in it. And that issue of transport has been underlined more than once as being a key feature of actually blocking people from getting to the workplace. I know this is something that the Valleys Task Force discussed recently. And there's a real appetite, in particular, I think, in the Department of Work and Pensions to recognise that, in particular in some of those valleys areas, some of the rural areas, that this is is a feature that needs to be addressed. So we're talking to the Department of Work and Pensions to see what we can do in that space. But I absolutely accept that that is a real problem, irrespective really of what you put in place in terms of public transport. It may be we need to be a bit more creative than that. On the Wales Union Learning Fund, absolutely. I think there's a real recognition that sometimes, I think you, Dawn, were the one who told me that sometimes employees don't want to go to their employers and admit to having certain lack of skills. And being able to go to your union reps to say, actually, can you help me here, is a real help, not just to those individuals, but ultimately to the businesses themselves as well. So I was very pleased to award some prizes to people involved in the Wolf programme last week.
Thank you very much, Minister. Item 8 on the agenda this afternoon is a statement by the Counsel-General, consultation on the draft legislation Wales Bill, and I call on the Counsel-General.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Chydig dros flwyddyn yn ôl, cyhoeddodd fy rhagflaenydd fel cwnsler cyffredinol bod y Llywodraeth yn dechrau'r broses arloesol I greu codau o gyfraith Cymru. Dyna oedd y cam cyntaf mewn taith hir, ac mae'n bleser cyhoeddi nawr yn bod yn barod I gychwyn ar gam uchelgeisiol arall ar y daith honno. Rwy heddiw yn lansio ymgynghoriad cyhoeddus ar bil ddrafft Deddfwriaeth Cymru. Bydd y bil hwn yn rhoi dyletswydd ar weinidog Cymru a'r cwnsler cyffredinol I wneud cyfreithiau Cymru yn fwy hygyrch, ac mae hefyd yn wneud darpariaeth bwrpasol ynglŷn â dehongli deddfwriaeth Gymraeg. Un o'n swyddogaethau mwyaf sylfaenol fel Llywodraeth yw diogelu rheolau'r gyfraith, ac mwyn gwneud hynny rhaid I ni sicrhau bod ein deddfwriaeth ddatganoledig yn hygyrch a dealladwy. Rwy'n ni'n sylweddoli bod cael llyfr statud clir, sicr a hygyrch yn ased economaidd. Mae'n rhoi fframwaith cyfreithiol cadarnach a mwy sefydlog I rhai sy'n dymuno gwneud busnes yng Nghymru. Dylai hynny yn ei dro hybu buddsoddiad a thwf. Bydd yn haws I gyrff y sector cyhoeddus a sefydliadau eraill ddeall y cyd-destun cyfreithiol y maen nhw'n gweithio ynddo. A bydd gan y rhai sy'n llunio polisiau yn y Llywodraeth sylfaen gliriach I ddatblygu syniadau newydd. Bydd y broses o graffu ar ddeddfwriaeth yn haws, a bydd yn gwneud gwahaniaeth mawr I'r rheini ohonom sydd efallai am ddefnyddio'r gyfraith yn Gymraeg. But this is first and foremost a question of social justice. Making the law accessible is vital to enable citizens to understand their rights and responsibilities under the law, something that has become increasingly important since repeated cuts have been made to legal aid and to other services designed to advise those in need of assistance or representation. We are the custodians of the Welsh Statute Book, made up not only of the laws made by this Assembly and the Welsh ministers, but also those pre-devolution laws which we have inherited. That element of the statute book, in particular, is frankly not in a good state. And in recent decades, legislation has been allowed to proliferate without pausing to fully rationalise and integrate what is new with what had gone before. A statute book of thousands of acts and statutory instruments has long been difficult to navigate, but Welsh legislation is even more inaccessible due to our highly complex system of devolution and the absence, because of the single England and Wales legal jurisdiction, of a formal body of distinct Welsh law. It is difficult for the people of Wales to know what the law means and to understand who is responsible for what, and that undermines democratic accountability. So this government is committed to a systemic, ongoing and comprehensive consolidation of legislation within our competence, and the organisation of that law into subject-specific codes. Whilst this will be groundbreaking in the UK, we will be following similar precedents set across common law jurisdictions. Australia and Canada, for example, have routinely consolidated their legislation since the beginning of the 20th century, after inheriting laws from the UK Parliament in not dissimilar circumstances. And the United States went a step further and created a code of law in 1926 that has been maintained ever since. But we need not only look afar for examples of good practice. The laws of Hywel Dda were organised in codes, and the lawyers of the day had access to those laws in one book. So codification is an important part of our legal tradition, and our task now is to make sure it's a part of our legal future. We in Wales have done this before, and I'm determined that we will do it again. Our vision for making Welsh law more accessible is not confined simply to rationalising legislation, significant a task though that is. A well-ordered and clearly drafted statute book must also be effectively published, and supplementary material is often needed to set out the context and fully explain the practical effect of the law. For this reason, further improvements to the legislation.gov.uk website, operated by the National Archives, and to the Cyfraith Cymru Law Wales website are intended to form part of the programme. Making bespoke bilingual provision about how our legislation should be interpreted is also part of our wider ambition to make Welsh law more accessible. An Interpretation Act was first enacted by the UK Parliament in 1850, and this practice has been replicated in common law jurisdictions across the world, including in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Dydyn ni ddim wedi cael ein deddf ddehongli ein hunain yng Nghymru hyd yma. Yn hytrach, rydyn ni'n dibynnu ar ddeddfwriaeth a gafodd ei gwneud gan Senedd y Deyrnas Unedig yn 1978, ac a gafodd ei haddasu wedyn mewn ymgais i gydnabod bodolaeth deddfwriaeth Gymreig. Gan bod corff o ddeddfwriaeth yn prysur ddatblygu yma yng Nghymru, rwy'n credu bod yn bryd nawr i gywiro'r anghysondeb hwn a mynd ati i ddatblygu ein darpariaethau penodol yn hunan ar gyfer Cymru. Rwy'n credu felly y dylai'n deddfwriaeth ni fel mater o egwyddor gael ei darpariaethau i hunan ynglŷn â sut dylid i dehongli. Ar ben hynny, mae deddf 1978 yn 20 oed bellach ac mae angen ei moderneiddio. Rydyn ni'n cymryd y cyfle i wneud hynny yn ein bil. Mae'n bwysig cofio nad yw'r trefniadau presennol yn rhoi ystyriaeth briodol i natur ddwyieithog ein deddfwriaeth, a'r ffaith bod statws cyfartal i destunau Cymraeg a Saesneg. Yn yr iaith Saesneg yn unig y mae deddf 1978 wrth gwrs, ac yn Saesneg y mae'n diffinio'r termau sy'n perthyn i ddeddfwriaeth Cymru. Rhaid unioni hyn, ac rwy'n gwybod bod y sefyllfa yn fater o bryder i bwyllgor materion cyfansoddiadol a deddfwriaethol y pedwerydd Cynulliad, ac hefyd i Gomisiwn y Gyfraith. I hope then that you will welcome this important milestone in the development of devolved government in Wales. The draft bill is designed to help make Welsh law fit for the future and will, I'm sure, become a foundation stone for the emerging Welsh legal jurisdiction. It is a draft bill both of constitutional significance and practical importance to the people of Wales. I invite members to consider not only the draft bill that is published today, but also the vision for the future that underpins it. And I encourage all interested parties from across Wales and further afield to help shape a bill that will improve the way Welsh law works and, most fundamentally, will help all those affected by the law to find it and to understand it.
Deputy Presiding Officer, can I start by welcoming the publication of this draft legislation bill and also the consultation document and the period that will now be given to that consultation of nearly 3 months, because I do think these are profound matters and they need extensive consultation, and I know the government will be very interested in the range of opinions it hopes to receive back in this process. On this side of the Assembly, we completely share the aspiration to make our law more accessible. I think it is of overriding public interest that we do this, and I can think of few better tasks in terms of what we need to do in the technicalities of our lawmaking, but as to a new institution, a new Parliament, to really set the highest standards for the rest of the UK, potentially, in the way we do this. Needless complexity, without any doubt, undermines democratic accountability. We are currently in a system where much of the statute book cannot be understood by quite gifted lawyers. You need to have a real expertise in a particular area of law to be able to interpret it. And this can hardly be good, I think, for the public space in which we hope many people with various interests who need to access the law at any one time can do so. Consolidation of the law is also highly desirable, and again, as a new institution, and in fact, we're only 7 years old as a Parliament, really, we can aim to have a statute book that is in much more rational, consolidated shape. I ought to remark that we've not done brilliantly so far, and that's because it's not easy to consolidate. I do accept that. But I still think on the major areas we should make that investment. So, for instance, on planning that we're about to see, but in other areas of the major pieces of public law, I think we should start to work through them and consolidate them. And as the Consul General noted, in other jurisdictions, they have set these aspirations, or met these aspirations, often at a time when they've inherited a large body of law as new legislatures. So I think that's what we should do. I'm really pleased to note what's in the draft at the moment about the ability of a range of materials to help people understand the law, and the references you made to the website and the National Archive, I think, are very important, because for the interested layman, that's where they're really going to be able to have some sort of an understanding. I do need to ask a couple of questions, so can I do this in the spirit of an early consultation almost response, and I'd like some clarification on the Interpretation Act side of it. You're quite right. I mean, the Learned Society, for instance, a couple of years ago, endorsed the need for an Interpretation Act, particularly over bilingual legislation, but it would also allow us to modernise the 1978 Act. But I think we need to know how any new Act here the Assembly passes will sit with the 1978 Interpretation Act, because that will still be drawn on, as far as I can work out. And is the Consul General attempting to set up separate principles of interpretation that would apply in Wales, but currently not inherent in the 1978 Act? And can I just say, also, in terms of the scope of what you're trying to do, if I turn to Schedule 1, very important concepts such as land and a person are contained there. And I just wonder if things of that magnitude should actually be in an Interpretation Act, which is generally about common and technical terms. And is it not the case that some very powerful concepts actually do need to be interpreted by each Act we pass, so that they can be very tight and specific. I know there's a bit of a dilemma in all this, but I would ask him to reflect on those two particular examples that stand out to me. In terms of accessibility, I think we need a vision for how all this is going to help the, and I quote, impenetrable mess that is Welsh law. Now, where does that quote come from? Well, a much better source than me, Lord Lloyd Jones, the Supreme Court judge. And if a Supreme Court judge tells us that the law at the moment is an impenetrable mess, we obviously need to ensure that what we pass now as a legislature establishes, I think you're right, at some point it will be recognised as a jurisdiction, but that's still a sensitive issue. But, that it's rational, accessible and clear. I think we need also to have an idea of how the code's going to work, as you referred to other jurisdictions that have used this approach. But in practical circumstances, would we have a social care code? Would we have a healthcare code? Or would you try to sort of link those? And similarly, would there be a planning code and a different environmental code? There's a lot of nuance in how you sort of approach these things, and I think some sort of idea of how many codes or how comprehensive they're going to be would be useful. And would laws that are contained in certain codes be able to grow outside those codes? Because, again, they do interrelate very, very often. And finally, can I just say in Section 20, and this is an appeal as a former chairman of the Constitution and Legislative Affairs Committee, Section 20 deals with directions. They're very difficult to keep track of, ministerial directions. And I wonder if he has considered a formal and structured approach to their publication along the lines of the approach that we currently have for SIs. I think that would add greatly to the accessibility of Welsh law. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel General.
Can I thank the member for a range of incredibly perceptive questions and for the attention which he's paid to the consultation, which I greatly value. There are a number of questions in his contribution. I hope I'll do justice to them. Underlying the points that he makes more generally, I suppose, is the idea that there's no time to lose, if you like. There's a sort of body of law. We're a relatively young legislature still. We need to grasp the opportunity, because actually the problem becomes more and more intractable the longer we leave it. And I would absolutely endorse the sentiment behind his contribution in that respect. I mean, he will know, of course, that there has been activity around consolidation thus far on a piecemeal basis, if you like. And there's been work in particular in the historic environment space, and as he will know, in conjunction with the Law Commission, on a planning consolidation, which he referenced in his remarks. I mean, looking forward, there are areas which lend themselves pretty obviously to consolidation and codification. Local government law is an example. Education law is another example. And I'll say in a little while what I think, how a code can work in some of those areas, if you like. But the core idea behind the draft bill is to move from that piecemeal approach to it, to create a sense of direction, if you like, within government, within the legislature, that this is an objective and an aim that we are moving progressively towards over time. I mean, having said that there's no time to lose, this is not, as I'm well aware, knows, this is not a short-term project. It's the work of a generation, really, and you can imagine it extending over decades, really, depending on the level of resource and level of progress that any particular programme can make. In terms of what a code could look like, I don't envisage the code having a kind of separate legal personality, if you like. So with any code, I imagine it to be one or two, or perhaps more, depending on the complexity of the subject matter, principal acts which consolidate perhaps 3 or 4 topics within education, say, just to take that as an example for this purpose. And then you'd have beneath that the statutory instruments relevant to that particular subtopic, if you like. And beneath that, and this really relates to the question he ended with around the directions, the sort of soft law, if you like, or the codes of practice and other guidance, so that it's all comprehensively available in one place and a kind of a hierarchy, if you like, within, you know, the kind of the legal hierarchy that we all operate to and understand very well. That's the sort of vision which is contained within this consultation, really. And the critical thing, as again he acknowledged, is that it needs to be maintained. You know, it would not be. We've seen plenty of examples in the past of pretty significant consolidation in many legislatures, actually, and then a new government comes in, reforms the law, but does it through a standalone act which kind of undermines the consolidated nature of what's gone before. The objective is to avoid that, and so a critical part of this is that the codes, once established, are maintained as codes. So effectively, if there's one act before the reform, there should be one act after the reform. Really, that would be the broad principle, unless there are very good reasons to depart from that. That's essential, really, to the question of accessibility. He raised a number of points in relation to publication that go with that. We are some way away from where we need to be in terms of having an online resource which is both current and authoritative across primary and secondary legislation in both Welsh and English. We are a long way from being able to achieve that objective. I met last week with the National Archives, the Queen's printer, to discuss this particular challenge, and there's a particular challenge about resourcing the Welsh language aspect of that, because they don't have the resources, obviously we do here. So there's a discussion in relation to that aspect. He asked some questions on the Interpretation Act. On particular definitions, I mean, the existence of a term in the Interpretation Act obviously does not preclude that term being differently defined in a particular act, if that's necessary for the purpose. One of the issues I know that his committee has raised in correspondence with me on reports for previous legislation and statutory instruments is the question of Section 11 of the previous Act and how that can be confusing. And what we having the proposal in this consultation is that that would not apply to the new Wales-only Interpretation Act, but that the face of an act would spell out that rule or spell out the definition, making it easier for an individual reader to access the point. The objective is to have a clear and hopefully memorable date, the 1st of January perhaps in any year, so it would be absolutely clear what the cut-off point is for the application of the Act. And in terms of what acts and statutory instruments would it apply to, it would be any act of this Assembly which post-dated that date, whatever it is, and any statutory instruments entered into by Welsh ministers after that date, whether or not that comes under an act of the Assembly or an act of the UK Parliament. So it should be pretty straightforward to understand the application of the new provisions.
Thank you. Can I just gently remind members that it's a 30-minute statement and we are on nearly 21 minutes. Simon Thomas.
Diolch yn fawr, Diolch Lywydd. Wel, fyddwch chi falch o gwybod, dwi'n credu bod David Melding wedi gofyn am fwy o cwestiynau, felly na i ganolbwyntio falle ar y ffordd yn ni'n mynd i fynd o gwmpas pethau. Mae'n wir i ddweud na fydd na llawer o boteli o champagne yn cael ei agor yn dilyn y datganiad heddi, ond fi ddilen nhw, achos mae hwn yn datganiad o bwys. Am y tro cyntaf, i ni'n camu mas o gysgod San Steffan, yn y ffordd ni'n mynd ati i lunio'n deddfwriaeth, dwi'n croesawu hynny, ac wrth ni troi yn cefnau ar yr Undeb Ewropeaidd, ni'n agor y drws i dull llawer mwy Ewropeaidd o lunio deddfu, a gwneud deddfau yn mwy agored i'r cychoedd, ac oedd Cwnsel Cyffredinol yn iawn, dwi'n meddwl, i ganolbwyntio ni adroddiad gymaint a cyfiawnder cymdeithasol. Dwi wedi defnyddio'r enghraifft yma o blaen, ond mae'n dal yn wir i fi cael etholwr yn dair iawn bod cyfraith tai yn ymwneud â sefyllfa yntau, oherwydd bod y gyfraith yn gwaith this law applies in England and Wales, ond wrth gwrs doedd e ddim yn yr ystod yna. Cyfraith Lloegr yn unig oedd hynny. Ac felly dwi'n croesawu beth sy'n cael ei datgan fan hyn, a gobeithio fydd yn ymgynghofiad yn arwain at hynny. Jyst ychydig o gwestiynau felly. Mae'n amlwg bod ni, fel Plaid Cymru, yn credu y dylai fod awdurdodaeth gyfreithiol a wahân fod, ac byddai'n llawer mwy hwydd i nifer o pethau mae Cwnsel Cyffredinol wedi osod allan pe bai hynny yn ddigwydd, ond fedrwch chi esbonio am ha ffordd fydd y gwaith ymgynghorol yma yn mynd lawr yn lawr gyda gwaith y Comisiwn y Gyfraith sydd wedi sefydlu gan y Prif Weinidog a'r Arglwydd Cwmgïedd yn gadeirydd arno fe, a sut mae'r ddoi gwaith set o waith yn mynd i plethu gyda'i gilydd. Dwi'n dal yn gyndyn iawn ac yn anhapus, ydw i'n gweud, gyda ffaith nad oes gen yn gwefan a wybodaeth dwyieithog lawn. I chi'n gwaith nad oes gan yr adnoddau gan Queen's Printer a pobl felly, wel, tra bod gyda ni Awdurdodaeth Cymru a Lloegr, mae'n dyletswydd arnyn nhw hefyd i roi adnoddau priodol i bod pobl yng Nghymru yn gallu cael mynediad yn y Gymraeg at cyfraith Cymru, gan bod ni cyfreithlon yn Gymraeg yn fan hyn. Dwi'n meddwl bod yn anffodus bod ni o hyd ar ôl rhyw 2-4 blynedd o ddadlau hyn, benthyg aelodau staff, dwi'n gwybod o Llywodraeth Cymru i'r Archif Genedlaethol, a dyn nhw dal ddim wedi cyfaill lle dylen ni fod. Felly, rydych chi ddweud pa gwaith pellach byddwch chi'n gwneud fan hyn. Does dim pwynt cael codau a cyd-gwynhoi'r gyfraith os nag oes bobl ymynediad at y gyfraith i deall beth yw'r gyfraith yna. Fedrwch chi jyst, dwi'n gwybod bod chi wedi ateb i David Melding a hyn, ond jyst esbonio os medrwch chi jyst ychydig mwy am sut bydd y gwahanol codau'n digwydd. Ych chi'n cyfeifio at y hanes yng Nghymru, wrth gwrs, y cod Hywel Dda, oedd mwy nag un cod yn y ffodus, oedd cod Gwynedd, cod Dyfed, cod Gwent, falle bod codau sydd ddim wedi goroesi hyd yn oed. Dyn ni derbyn, wrth gwrs, fydd na mwy nag un cod, achos yna mae'n wneud y mwy nag un maes, ond ym mha ffordd byddwch chi'n gweld bod y Llywodraeth yn hytrach y cynulliad yn gallu cael gafel a datblygiad rhain a gwneud yn siŵr bod nhw'n dal yn addas. Ac wrth gwrs, ynglwm wrth hyn, yw'r ffaith bod chi'n goffod gosod dyletswydd nid yn unig ar y Llywodraeth yma, a Cwnsel Cyffredinol presennol, ond Llywodraethau i ddod. Nawr, sut gwaith ydych chi'n gosod dyletswydd? Mae unrhyw Llywodraeth yn y dyfodol yn gallu anwybyddu, neu gwirdroi, neu beth bynnag. Ffordd ydych chi'n meddwl byddwch chi'n gallu rhoi yr ymwymiad yma yn fwy concret os licwch chi'n. Dwi'n gwybod bod chi o blaid y peth, ond gan i weld sut mae'n datblygu. Wrth gwrs, ar tir mawr Ewrop, Napoleon oedd mwy enwog am datblygu codau o'r math. Dwi ddim yn awgrymu am eiliad byddech chi'n Napoleon bach fan hyn yng Nghymru. Well dy fi gweld blygywyd mawr a'n dilyn ôl troed falle cyfeithiwr mwyaf sydd gyda ni yng Nghymru hyd yma.
Siwrne hynny. Mae'n cyffrodd â sawl maes. Ar y cwestiwn cyntaf o ran y berthynas rhwng hwnna gwaith y Comisiwn, un o'r pethau mae'r Comisiwn yn edrych mewn iddo fe, wrth gwrs, yw'r cwestiwn o hygyrchedd i'r system gyfiawnder yn gyffredinol. A hynny mewn ffordd eang. A fel nes i sôn yn fy sylwadau, wy'n credu bod yn hollol hanfodol mewn cyd-destun lle ni'n colli leid-leid a bod e'n jyst yn anoddach i bobl gael access i gyngor cyfreithiol. Mae'n ddyletswydd penodol yn y cyd-destun hwnnw ar lywodraethau i allu wneud y gyfraith mor hygyrch as sydd yn bosib ac i gyhoeddi'r gyfraith mewn amryw ffyrdd fel bod pobl yn gallu nid unig i ffindio fe, ond i ddeall pa maen nhw yn ei ffindio fe. Yr elfen arall i hynny yw, fel mae'n gwybod, bod mae'r Comisiwn yn edrych ar gwestiwn o awdurdodaeth a bydd consolidation a creu'r cod yma yn ail-wneud y ddeddfwriaeth yma fel ddeddfwriaeth Gymraeg ddwyieithog. Hynny yw, mae'n llanw'r categori hwnnw o ddeddfwriaeth Cymru mewn ffordd sydd yn lot fwy dealladwy a lot fwy penodol. Felly mae hynny'n cyfrannu at y sail y drafodaeth honno. Rwy'n rhannu i siome gyda y Cymru gynnydd ni wedi wneud yn hermau cael gwefan ddwyieithog ddibynadwy i gyfraith Cymru. Wedi cael trafodaethau diweddar iawn gyda'r Gruffydd y Frenhines ynglyn â hyn i ffindo ffordd i allu symud hynny ymlaen. Beth faswn ni'n dweud wrtho fe yw, mae'r elfen ieithyddol yn benodol i ni fan hyn, wrth gwrs, ond mae'r awdurdodaeth Lloegr hefyd, mae'r diffyg hynny'n perthyn i'r ffaith bod y defnydd fyna ddim yn gyfredol chwaith. Felly mae hwnna'n sialens ar draws y Deyrnas Unedig yn anffodus. Wy wedi bod yn trafod gyda nhw rhywbeth maen nhw wedi bod yn datblygu ar gyfer deffro yn Deyrnas Llywodraeth San Steffan. Hynny yw rhywbeth o'r Deffro Lex sydd yn rhywbeth o index rhyw fynegau dros dro, fel bod e'n haws i bobl ffindo popeth sydd o fewn un maes, hyd yn oed os yw ddim wedi cael ei consolidato. O ran sut byddai'r codau'n gweithio, byddai'r dyletswydd ar Cwnsel Cyffredinol o fewn 6 mis i pob cynulliad i gyflwyno cynllun i'r cynulliad. Bydd ymgynghoriad cyhoeddus wedi bod ar hynny, a bydd y Cabinet o'r Gwynedogion wedi cytuno cynnwys cynllun. Bydd rhaid edrych ar y pryd ar pa feisydd sydd yn barod i'w diwygio, felly bod cyfle yn hynny i allu gwneud rhywfaint o'r creu codau yma, neu efallai os oes rhywbeth newydd gael ei ddiwygio a bod cyfnod o dywelwch polisi, bod hynny hefyd yn creu cyfle i allu gwneud peth o'r gwaith yma. Wy'n rhagweld bydd cynllun a bydd sawl prosiect o fewn cynllun. Falle bydd prosiect yn cymryd mwy nag un cynulliad, tymor cynulliad i allu creu. Felly, os bydd hwnna yn ei ffordd pan ddaw Llywodraeth newydd i rym, bys fe'n bosib, wrth gwrs i Llywodraeth atal hynny, ond bys fe'n lot fwy tebygol byddwn ni'n meddwl i greu cynllun newydd ar gyfer y dyfodol. Bydd dyletswydd gyfreithiol ar y Llywodraeth i ddwy'n cynllun i flaen, ond bydd cynnwys y cynllun hwnnw yn dibynnu ar amgylchiadau deddfwriaethol a cynllun deddfwriaethol cyffredinol y Llywodraeth hwnnw o bryd i'w gilydd.
Neil Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I regret having to perhaps pour cold water upon the enthusiasm of my neighbour here for moving Welsh law in the direction of European jurisprudence, but I'm sure the Council General will agree, because it actually is mentioned in the statement itself that codification can also occur, of course, in a common law jurisdiction such as the United States and Canada, and merely making sense of the disorganised and uncontrolled development of a series of different statutes or orders and consolidating them into one single unit which can be more easily accessed is not quite the same thing as moving in the direction of a sort of teleological approach such as is found in European law jurisdictions. I have myself been a consolidator at times as the editor of Butterworth's Land Development Encyclopedia more years ago than I now care to remember, and I had annually to update any statutes or statutory instruments which were produced in the year and put them within the confines of one book, removing what had been made redundant and inserting the new measures. And this is an entirely benign process, which doesn't necessarily mean any change in the corpus of law itself. And nobody rationally could object to what the Council General said, that the aim is to make law accessible, to enable citizens to understand their rights and responsibilities under the law. One of the big problems with the law today, of course, is the extent to which it has grown, year in and year out. When I was many years ago a tax practitioner, Butterworth's published annually a tax code. In 1965, it was 750 pages. It's now 17,000 pages and has been increasing year in and year out. The more law there is on the statute book in various forms, the more inaccessible inevitably it becomes, the more specialist it becomes. But it is vitally important that we should make it as easy as possible to navigate around these various tributaries. I welcome this exercise. Nobody could object to a consultation. Whether this leads to the grander enterprise of creating a separate jurisdiction for Wales is another matter altogether, although I've had a couple of very interesting conversations already with Lord Thomas of Cwmgyrdd about this, and he does make some very important points about the practicalities of the law within Wales developing sufficiently well to serve people in a practical sense by merely such nuts and bolts issues as developing a system of forms, for example, and that cannot easily be done within a legal system which is currently directed and controlled from London. So I do see this as a benign development. I am concerned about the possibility of an Interpretation Act for Wales, possibly making it more difficult to understand the law than easier, to the extent that it might be interpreted, the Interpretation Act itself might be interpreted as conflicting with whatever measure might be in force in England. I know that there are interpretation acts in Scotland, and this may not be an insuperable difficulty, but it is vitally important that as the law in Wales inevitably diverges from the law of England, and the devolution process, and particularly leaving the EU, is going to accelerate this and expand this process, that we should, at least in interpretation terms, so far as we can, align both the canons of interpretation and the way in which they operate in a way which is unified throughout the United Kingdom. Otherwise, that way, even greater confusion lies. So I hope that the Council General can, at least on that point, satisfy me in the course of his response today.
Thank you. Council General.
I thank the member for his questions. Just in turn, you mentioned the changes. He mentioned the changes to the corpus of law and the amendments that might come as part of the consolidation. I mean, it's very important to underline the fact that a consolidation exercise is not about law reform. And in the discussions we've had with the Assembly Commission about the sort of procedural requirements that a consolidation exercise bring with it, it's been absolutely crystal clear that what we're not talking about is policy change. It is really about ensuring that the law functions better, if you like. And actually, he mentions the point about the jurisdiction. I mean, that is not the principal aim of what's comprised in this consultation. I would echo his point that really it's about a practical application of the law, making it more intelligible and making it more accessible in a very day-by-day way. That is the principal objective of my proposal in this consultation. On the question of the Interpretation Act, I mean, the reality is that the 1978 Act has a lot of material which is not relevant to legislation made in this place through the devolution settlement. And, of course, it's only in English. So there's a whole body of authoritative law which we pass here, which does not have its own Interpretation Act, and that's the Welsh language version of every act that we pass. And so it's absolutely vital that both those two aspects are addressed, and the consultation contains proposals for that. I think on the question of conflict, to my mind, what the most important thing is that we have an Interpretation Act that works for the devolved settlement in Wales, and that it's very clear when that Act applies and when the Interpretation Act 1978 applies, so that lawyers and members of the public accessing legislation have, with crystal clarity, understand where they go to understand the law.
Council General. Thank you. And that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you.